I can't speak without swearing, and I've only got my grade 10, and I haven't had a cigarette since I've been arrested, and I'm ready to fucking snap. So I'd like to make a request under the People's Freedom of Choices and Voices Act that I be able to smoke and swear in your courtroom. Because if I can't smoke and swear, I'm fucked. And so are all these guys. I won't be able to properly express myself at a court level, and that's bullshit. It's not fair, and if you ask me, I think it's a fucking mistrial.
You could look at any existing socialist country. If you don't want to call them socialist, call them whatever you want. Post-capitalist, whatever. I don't care. Call them camels, window shades. Doesn't matter. As long as you know the countries we're talking about. You can look at any one of those countries, and you can evaluate them in several ways. One, comparing them to what they had before. And that, to me, is what's very compelling. That's what's so compelling about Cuba, for instance. When I was in Cuba, I was up in the Escambray, which is like the Appalachia of Cuba, very rugged mountains, people, very poor if they were. And I said to this campesino, I said, do you like Fidel? And he says, sí, with all our soul. I remember his gesture, with all our soul. I said, why? And he pointed to this clinic right up there on the hill, which we had visited. He said, look at that. He said, before the revolution, we never saw a doctor. If someone was seriously ill, it would take 20 people to carry that person, because you'd go day and night. It would take 2 days to get to the hospital. First, because it was far away, and second, because you couldn't go straight. You couldn't cross the latifundio lands. The boss would kill you. So you had to go like this. And often when we got to the hospital, the person might be dead by the time we got there. Now we have this clinic up here with a full-time doctor. And today, a doctor in Cuba, when you become a doctor, you've got to spend 2 years out in the country. That's your dedication to the people. And a dentist who comes 1 day a week. And for more serious things, we're not more than 20 minutes away from a larger hospital. That's in the Escambray. He said, that's freedom. We're freer today. We have more life. And I talked to a guy in Havana who says to me, before, all I used to see here in Havana, you call this drab and dull. We see it as a cleaner city. It's true, you got the paint is peeling off the walls, but you don't see kids begging in the streets anymore. And you don't see prostitutes. All we used to have was prostitutes. Prostitution used to be one of the biggest industries. And today, this man is going to night school. He said, I can read. I can read. Do you know what it means to be able to read? Do you know what it means to be able not to read? So you compare a country to what it came from, with all its imperfections, and those who demand instant perfection. The day after the revolution, they get up and say, are there civil liberties for the fascists? Are they going to be allowed to have their newspapers and their radio program? Are they going to be able to keep all their farms? The passion that some of our liberals feel, the day after the revolution, the passion and concern they feel for the fascists, the civil rights and civil liberties of those fascists who were dumping and destroying and murdering people before. Now the revolution has got to be perfect. It's got to be flawless. Well, that isn't my criteria. My criteria is what happens to those people who couldn't read. What happens to those babies that couldn't eat, that died of hunger? And that's why I support revolution. The revolution that feeds the children gets my support. Not blindly, not unqualifiedly. And the Reaganite government that tries to stop that kind of process, that tries to keep those people in poverty and illiteracy and hunger, that gets my undiluted animosity and opposition.
The air outside feels thick, like I'm breathing through a pair of dirty gym socks. It's a high radiation day. Most everyone will be staying inside, but I need to hunt for some work. I always like to start the day with the traditional PI breakfast.
What do you think South Africa would have looked like if the Europeans had never landed on these shores? And compare it with present times, or after the Europeans arrived. What do you think South Africa would, for example, I know it's difficult, but what do you think South Africa would have looked like in 2020 if the Europeans had never landed on these shores?
Now, again, I have to say, how incredibly racist the question is. And I see that, your mode of thought basically proceeds from that kind of racist thought, because if you don't get the point I'm making, let me demonstrate. What you are asking me is tantamount to asking a victim of rape, what would your life have been had you not been raped? Because remember, integral to colonialism, which is the coming of Europeans to Africa, slave rape was integral to it. So what we are doing is asking victims of rape to say what would their lives had been like had they not been raped. And you don't see anything wrong with it, because your thought pattern proceeds from a very racist framework that says for these other people, it is possible, to say anything about them. But when those things are said about white people, then, certain sensibilities of justice, morality, and other sensibilities spring into action. But I'm going to answer your question nonetheless.
We high, high, higher. 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 Reaching warriors, eagle feather in his head. Ancient warriors, touched to me with his eyes. Ancient warriors, saying don't believe those lies. Oh, the teacher lies. We high, high, higher. 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 Reaching warriors, I sense the feeling that you give. Reaching warriors, the time is close, this I know. Reaching warriors, tradition always will help us grow. But this we all should know. We high, high, higher. 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 Reaching warriors, time has changed us in vain. Reaching warriors, truth we speak is the same. high, high, higher. Way high, high, higher. Way high, high, higher. Reaching over when I think about our lands. Reaching over our children's futures in our hands. Reaching over where the spirits might be weak when they have to speak. Way high, high, higher. 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 Way high, high, higher.
Here's to feeling good all the time.
The communist governments were further burdened by this incredible legacy of colonialism and maldevelopment. Many people don't realize it, but most of Eastern Europe, before World War II, and certainly after World War II, given the additional destruction, most of Eastern Europe was a third world region. Thousands of villages were reduced to rubble. Illiteracy, poverty, disease, coal, hunger was the common lot among the peasantry and much of the working class, as it was before the war. Capital formation was almost non-existent. The same was true of pre-revolutionary Russia. The same was true of pre-revolutionary China. Henry Rosemont, he notes that when the communists liberated Shanghai from the U.S.-sponsored Kuomintang reactionary government in 1949, the communists found that about 20% of the population in Shanghai, 1.2 million people, were drug addicts. And every morning, special crews of street cleaners, quote, would gather up the corpses of children and adults who had been murdered during the night or died of disease, cold, and starvation. Communism Ladies and gentlemen, I say it without flinching, communism in Eastern Europe, Russia, China, Mongolia, North Korea, and Cuba brought land reform and human services, a dramatic bettering of the living conditions of hundreds of millions of people on a scale never before or never since witnessed in human history. And that's something to appreciate. Communism transformed desperately poor countries into societies in which everyone had adequate food, shelter, medical care, and education. And some of us who come from poor families, who carry around the hidden injuries of class, are very impressed by these achievements and are not willing to dismiss them as economistic. To say that socialism doesn't work is to overlook the fact that it did work, and it worked for hundreds of millions of people. But what about the democratic rights that they lost? We hear U.S. leaders talking about restoring democracy to the communist countries. But these countries, with the exception of Czechoslovakia, were not democracies before communism. Russia was a czarist autocracy. Poland was a right-wing fascist dictatorship under Pilsudski with concentration camps of its own. Albania was an Italian fascist protectorate as early as 1927. Cuba was a U.S.-sponsored dictatorship under that butcher Batista. Lithuania, Hungary, Romania, and Bulgaria were outright fascist regimes, openly allied with Nazi Germany in World War II. So what democracy are we talking about restoring? The socialist countries did not take away any rights that didn't exist there in the first place.
Holy shit, welcome in, comrades. Thank you for the raid. Get comfy. The intro's just rolling along. Follow unelectable airways. Accept. Hey, Dagadoon. Morning, comrade. Everybody loves that new animation. onto your bus. Go to break, Terry Kickstart.
Second thought, Julian, maybe I will come with you. Not hanging around here with that drunk bastard.
What you call me, Bubbles?
Nothing.
Get the fuck out of here, Leahy.
Nothing.
You know what a shit barometer is, Bob?
Oh?
Measures the shit pressure in the air. You can feel it. Listen, Bubs. Hear that? Sounds of the whispering winds of shit.
What the fuck are you going on about?
Can you hear it?
No, I don't hear anything.
Oh, but you will, my sorry little friend, when the old shit barometer rises, and you'll feel it too. Your ears will implode from the shit pressure. You were warned, Bubs. But you picked the wrong side. Beware, my friend. Shit winds are a-coming.
When are we gonna head down to the King for the 2-for-1, Mr. Leahy?
Randy.
This is bullshit, Mr. Leahy.
Feel that?
Feel what, Mr. Leahy?
The way the shit clings to the air, Randy.
Shit clings to the air?
It's already started, my dear good friend.
What started, Mr. Leahy?
The shit blizzard.
Do you tire of listening to reactionary drivel every time you turn on your television? Do you want to learn about communism in a fun and interactive way instead? Then come down to Leaping Larry's. When you come down to Leaping Larry's, you will be greeted with a salute every time you step in through the door, because we value our comrades. At Leaping Larry's, you will learn how communism and the Juche idea can create a more equitable and just society. You will learn about the importance of collectivism and cooperation. And you will learn how communism can help to create a world without poverty or hunger. Leaping Larry's, your home for communist and video game edutainment.
Good morning, everybody. It's your comrade, Leaping Larry here. Hope y'all are well today. Thank you so much for the raid, Matt. Appreciate that. Oh, look at this fancy mug. Good morning, Phil. Violins Against the Rich. Welcome in, welcome in. Huh? Mug with all the comrades on it. And, of course, the Juche Gang logo. Real Mug Club. That's one good-looking mug, isn't it, though? I think it's pretty good. Hello, my future beard husband. Our beards are entering into sweet matrimony. Isn't it a good-looking mug, though? Drink it like this, everybody sees that Juche Gang logo. Drink it like this. We're like, hey, who's that? Then you can teach him all about Fanon, which everybody should be reading. All right, as you know, today I usually do still waiting for your patch. Yeah, it took one. I'm still waiting for a shirt. I'm able to order like 1 or 2 items at a time. So I went with the shirt. See if I can. I got the patch here somewhere. I'll show you, comrades. It did actually turn out quite well. Oh, I think it's in my chat actually. Yeah, here we go. I think this looks pretty good. Look at it. What? It looks pretty good to me. Falcon says it's quite thick as well. That looks, I think that turned out pretty fucking good, all things considered. Badass looking patch, you know. So yeah, usually I do Movie Monday. But not today. Instead, today, in replacing Movie Monday today is going to be this long talk by Red Nation. And this is about, of course, Palestine and settler colonialism from the Red Nation. That's going to replace Movie Monday for today. I'm sure you can understand why. Seen those cool little kamikaze drones? Yeah, the ones that they like put a bunch on the hill, they launch them from these little launchers. Yeah. Hey Vivian, welcome comrade. We get a shout out for Comrade Vivian Vampire, who everyone should be following. Also, comrades, check this out. If you didn't know, Larry equals Shane, so. Come next summer. It'll be official. Yeah, today is going to be pretty much dedicated to talking about Palestine. Most of the news articles we're going to look at, and it's going to be an uncomfortable conversation for some, but it doesn't negate the militant stance of China, just let's say, to say that we wish and hope that the position of China on Palestine sometimes could improve, right? Did you see the video Hamas put out, like, awesome production value? I don't know if I did. Maybe you could, maybe link that for me, but... Red has also been postponed for Palestine. That little mug is so cute. Okay, I'm gonna play this for us. Okay, we're gonna start with the Juche stuff, of course. A little bit of DPRK. I had this little Sister Soldier interview I wanted to see, and then after we see this song, we'll get into the news. Perfect. Okay. We'll also add this in right before we get into the news as well, but let's sort of do it in blocks. We'll do it in blocks. So first we'll do the DPRK content like we do in the morning. Not as much today, it's quite short. And then we'll start this. We'll take a little meme break in between just for, you know, our own mental health sake. And then we'll come back and I got another song and then this big talk by the Red Nation with Mohammed El Kurd. So that will be a good watch for today. Probably one you won't see on many other channels. I don't see many people watching Red Nation, unfortunately. Check out this Boring Bong Band song. We've been listening through their categories. If anybody knows of that original video that Bob's talking about, by the way, feel free to send that along. So we have a bunch of stuff on Twitter I'm gonna mention too. I've been seeing some shit. For you comrades, if anyone's on there, seeing some shit.
Communism is based.
Oh yeah, it is. Oh yeah, and I also should mention that don't forget to always check out the Chunkaluda projects we got going on right now. Chunkaluda is our network for building mutual aid for First Nations across Turtle Rock. There's a couple really good projects going on right now, so make sure you check out that and follow some of the networks. Literally, natives building dual power. Oh my god. I'm just seeing here a report saying that Canada's UN ambassador says Hamas's attack can't be justified. Oh nice. Thank you, Juche gang. Wait, is this the one? Is this the same one? No, this looks different. I think this is slightly different, is it? Oh no, this is it. Yes. Okay, this looks like it. Yes, okay, thank you. Perfect. Okay, see, I got a whole bunch. I got some news articles here for today. And some Twitter. Gotta show you that cesspool story. Hey, Lesbian Hot Sauce, welcome in. Give a shout out for Lesbian Hot Sauce if there's any active mobs. It's a factory that makes honey products. We're just watching a couple DP. We always start with a little bit of morning DPRK and then we get into whatever we got for today, which is mostly Palestine and memes in between. The usual.
A nutrient liquid fertilizer factory was newly built and inaugurated at the Suncheon Chemical Complex. Its inaugural ceremony was held on the 4th. Present there were Chun Sung-guk, Vice Premier of the Cabinet, officials concerned, employees of the complex, and builders. An inaugural address was delivered by Kim Chol-ha, Minister of Chemical Industry. Speeches were made. The speaker said all the officials and working people should fully discharge their duty in laying a firm foundation of the independent chemical industry and opening its bright prospect through to the decisions of the plenary meetings of the Party Central Committee. After the inaugural ceremony, the participants looked around the factory.
Welcome in.
Different units of the national economy are revitalizing the production through collective innovations. The Namhung Youth Chemical Complex does technical management of fertilizer production systems in a scientific way and actively introduces new process operation methods to dovetail the processes and constantly improve the productivity.
The film you saw? Yeah.
The Samjin Potato Farina Production Factory improves the scientific knowledge and technical skills of its employees and actively invents and introduces new technologies to operate the equipment at full capacity and push ahead with the production of quality potato farina and processed
this must
potatoes.
be made in India, is it?
It also manages and operates storehouses in a scientific and technological way so as to keep potatoes
I'm gonna
sent by
bookmark this
funds without
sip, and
any waste
we're gonna
and
maybe
used in
watch
for
this one
production.
Monday. Thank you.
The Samjin Blueberry Drink Factory intensifies the scientific and technological study among its employees to maximize the proportion of home production of raw materials and increase the productivity through mass technical innovation movement. It also puts efforts into developing new goods, expanding the variety of blueberry products.
Are the North Korean people really oppressed?
I think this is the last one.
Internet and press reports can be found which convey the impression that the North Korean people are
and we got
oppressed.
Sister Soldier, a quick one, because we
Juliette
saw her
Maillot,
yesterday.
historian and Korea expert,
letting
visited the country
corn
herself
have it.
and warned, one must be cautious of a foreign counter-propaganda. In the foreign press, there are many exaggerated and
Doing pretty
dramatic
good.
reports which were paid for.
How are you,
The
lesbian
Slovenian
hot
rock
sauce?
band Laibach gave a concert in North Korea, and they testified, "The most beautiful treasure in this country are the people. We only experience sincere, humble, unassuming people, friendliness, pride, and respect. The truth is very different from what we are being told." Could it be that the media are once again spreading a picture of a subjugated people in order that the population in Western countries agree to a regime change, or even be ready to accept a war for the sake of freeing this oppressed nation?
Alvaro Longoria,
a Spanish filmmaker, says, "People in the West are convinced that the North Koreans are not free, yet they never question their freedom in their own Western countries."
Weird. Heard that. Thank you, Vivian. I appreciate that. Alright, we got one more song and then we're into some Palestine stuff. Oh no, Sister Soldier first. And then we're into it.
내 나라 은금이 강사 화창한 방방곡곡에 은혜로운 그 손길 우리여 꽃피는 꿈도 많아라 즐겁고 희망 넘치 우리의 생활 속에 언제나 정답게 울리는 친근한 그 이름 그리워라 불타는 그리워라 불타는 천만 심장 우러러 따르며 부르네 우리의 힘좋은 통치
Wanted a solo lesbian hot sauce.
기적을 떨치는 인민 삼천리 강산의 눈부신 강국의 축포 도치리 세계를 앞서가는 우리의 승리 속에 영광의 기치로 빛나는 친근한 그 이름 그리워라 불타는 천만 심장 우러러 따르며 부르네 우리 힘좋은 통치 그리워라
Boing Bong Band is so good.
불타는 천만 심장 우러러 따르며 부르네
The violin is always impressive.
힘좋은 통치 불타는 천만 심장
You know, there's one thing that I found funny. There's like, of course, a big joke that goes around where people they like show you know, when there's South Korean performers going to DPRK or whatever, and everybody was just kind of somberly sitting there watching, and then they like clapped at the end. I mean, that's how generally they watch concerts. Like, people just made a big deal about it. It wasn't the first time South Korean performers had performed in DPRK. Right. Now I think we got Sister Soulja up next.
We had an opportunity for a one-on-one interview with Sister Soulja before the highly publicized quote to discuss her views on a number of issues. What did you think of the Rodney King verdict?
I thought a lot of things about the verdict. I mean, I had a bet going with one of my friends that they were going to let them free because I believe that the American justice system is racist in its nature. And I don't believe that the reason why black people can't get justice is because we don't have the criminals on videotape. I believe it's because of white racism. And so I expected them to let them free.
You're the only person I've ever talked to or heard respond to the verdict that said they knew it was going to come down that way.
Oh, yeah, I had a wager. I won some money on that one.
How much?
Small.
A lot.
A small amount.
What was your response to the violence that ensued after that?
Well, I thought that it was too bad that white America drove black youth to do that. You know, I felt like black people are civilized and rational.
Very
Black
pertinent
people
for
have
what
been
we're
seeing
gonna be
that
seeing more of
videotape for weeks and months and had not reacted violently to the tape. After black people felt that the criminal justice system had exhausted its usefulness, that's when you saw the violence. And so I didn't have a negative response to it. And I'm not one of these people that, you know, is going to come out and say, you know, you young kids, you shouldn't have done that, because I believe that America brought that response on itself.
What do you say to people who say you're encouraging violence when you don't condemn it?
I think the verdict encouraged violence, not Sister Soldier.
What about Mr. Bush's reaction? How do you feel about him and what he had to say?
President Bush is former head of the CIA. I have no expectations of him where African people are concerned. I think that he's very clear about everything that's going on in the urban community as somebody who was part of the Central Intelligence Agency.
Some young African Americans have said that the old guard of the civil rights movement is out of touch. Do you agree with that?
Oh yeah, they're definitely out of touch. Out of touch, or either they have too many entangled alliances in the sense that they cannot speak clearly and forcefully to issues because of who they might upset or how white America might accept it. They're like crossover artists, like pop artists, kind of like they have to water down their message or water down their rhythm or water down the truth, and I just don't believe in that.
If you were going to speak to Mr. Bush privately, the way they did, what would you say to him?
I would never speak to Mr. Bush privately.
Did you ever say, I read somewhere where you said you have never met any good white people?
I said in the beginning of my slavery video that I hadn't met any good white people, and my definition of good is that you understand that this is a question of power, that you be willing to give up some power, that you be willing to give up some resources, that you be willing to pay black people reparations for our years and years of service in this country, that you be willing to go home and tell your white mother and father about white racism and how it affects and kills black people in our communities. That's my definition of good white people, and I haven't met any like that.
Speaking of power, how about empowerment? One of the criticisms that the mainstream community has of us is that we are lacking in family values. We're children having children and men running the streets.
Right.
What do you say to that?
Well, I think that the economic system in this country and the justice system in this country contributes to the delinquency and the destruction of the African family. I think the fact that 25% of the black male population is either in prison or under court supervision shows you that a lot of children will not have fathers. I think the fact that the economic system does not embrace or allow African men to have a substantial position in it is the reason why you have so many people committing crimes. So I think it's just hypocritical and some type of trickery for white people and the government and the media to say that there's something wrong with the black community and not draw the link directly to the white power system and how it's designed.
You have a survival guide for the black woman, for the African woman. Do you have one for the African man? Because you know he's endangered in this society.
No, actually the survival guide that I have on my album is for men and women. I don't separate the issues. I don't consider myself to be a feminist. And so everything that I say is for the survival of the black man and woman as well.
You know, you have sort of a mainstream, or some might say, bourgeois education. You went to Cornell, you went to Rutgers. A lot of people might find that surprising.
Thank you so much, Adrian Vixen, for the raid. Shout out to Adrian Vixen. Thank you so much, Raiders. Welcome in, welcome in. Hope you are well. Thank you for getting that shout out for me, and make sure you fill in that heart at the top of the screen. Hey comrades, hope you all are well today. We're just watching this Sister Soldier interview before we get into it. Normally on Mondays we watch a movie. Instead of watching a movie today though, we're going to be doing a long talk by the Red Nation on, of course, settler colonialism and Palestine. So get comfy, we're just getting started. We're going to finish up this, then we're going to watch one of her music videos, and then we're going to do the news and Twitter rants, and then we'll take a little meme break in between. Then we'll go back to the longer video on Palestine. Welcome in, get comfy. Thank you again for the raid, Adrian. Very much appreciate that. It's a good one? Yeah, I thought it would be. We like to watch them here. Welcome, Arberlin. Hope you're well. And everyone else who came in. Land back
Where did
everywhere.
You come from? Where were you born? New York City?
I was born in the Bronx. I was raised on welfare. I lived in Section 8 housing in the projects. I had a single female-headed household. So the only difference between me and some other people is that everything that I talk about, I've experienced. I've experienced all the programs of the Great Society, whether it was Head Start, free lunch, free cheese, free peanut butter, clothes, rent subsidies, or whatever it was. Now, I distinguish myself from other people that may have gone to these institutions because I haven't forgotten where I come from. I'm not ashamed to say that I was on welfare. I'm not ashamed to talk about the pain that it causes in our community, and I'm not ashamed of myself in any way, shape, form, or fashion. I have absolutely no desire to be white.
What is the solution for us? Obviously, look at history. They out there, it hasn't been their help that's brought us here.
Right.
How do we go further? How do we move on?
I think that we as a people are going to have to examine our economic relationship to America and corporations and divest our money in the same way blacks in South Africa had to divest from corporations that controlled their economy. I think that young people buy a lot of sneakers and jackets and jewelry, shoes and stuff, and myself included. I think that we need to examine which corporations we're giving the most money to, and then we need to stop. And we need to not support anything that supports racism.
Gonna see what this is from. Okay, yeah, that was fire. Someone sent along one of her tracks, so we're gonna watch that first now. Thank you for setting it along, Lesbian Princess. Left behind her in the raid? Darn. That happens a lot to people, it seems like. Hey. Well, at least you made it here. That's the important thing. Okay, now I got a couple things to show here. Look what Frank just shared with us. Former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak has been spotted at the airport escaping the country. Huh. Uh-oh, see ya! Yeah, bye! Fucking hilarious.
Yeah, see ya!
Exactly, Frank. Exactly that. He's going bye-bye. That's hilarious. Okay.
To say that socialism doesn't work is to overlook the fact that it did work, and it worked for hundreds of millions of people.
Oh yeah, dude, the line of them that were trying to leave the country was pretty immense. I imagine they're definitely fighting over plane tickets. Absolutely, yes. Alright, I'm gonna play this quick song. Let me also fill up my water while this plays. And then we have some more clips here to play. And then, yeah, a whole playlist here we're going to do. Then this is going to be part of the news. And then we're do a little meme break, you know? We need to do a meme break. Working as an academic in SOAS now? No, I'm not sure, is he? You know better than me, perhaps, on that subject.
As you prepare your breakfast, think of others. Do not forget to feed the pigeons. As you wage your wars...
Now they're gonna come to the US and get propaganda media and care that, yeah, how they get persecuted. Yep, it'll be a Yeonmi Park type thing all over, but it'll be the former president type thing. Yep. It's like the playbook. Okay, let me fill up my water, 1 sec.
Think of others. Do not forget those who fight for peace. As you pay your water bill, think of others, those who are nursed by clouds. As you return home to your home, think of others. Do not forget the people of the camps. As you sleep and count the stars, think of others, those who have nowhere to sleep. As you liberate yourself with metaphors, think of others, those who have lost their right to speak. As you think of others far away, think of yourself and say, if only I were a candle in the night.
This is for Palestine and Quds, the capital Jerusalem. Unarmed people marching to the wall when they're shooting them. Suppression is a question, resistance is the answer. Long live Palestine, long live Gaza. Palestine and Quds, the capital Jerusalem. Unarmed people marching to the wall when they're shooting them. Suppression is a question, resistance is the answer. Long live Palestine, long live Gaza.
All you see is war every time you turn your head at night. There's bloodshed on the floor. Mother cries, who cries for her this time? There's truth between these walls. See the lies between the lines they hide. Where the bullets coming from the tyrants dressed in our disguise.
I'm a rider till the end, even if I got to push back for all my friends. Cause you know that I'm a fighter, let me see a lighter. And we not gonna stop the Palestine is free. But still you know that I'm a rider till the end, even if I got to push back for all my friends. Cause you know that I'm a fighter, let me see a lighter. And we not gonna stop the Palestine is free.
Taught to not love, taught to be blind, taught to not care. Tell me what's real.
Bob.
Military despair. How to exist if there's no rights to be human in fear? And if you take away your home, where's the heart supposed to live? Taught to not love, taught to be blind, taught to not care. Tell me what's real. Borderlines, military despair. How to exist if there's no rights to be human in fear? And if you take away your home, where's the heart supposed to live?
Ibrahim Abu Thureya could resist without a wheelchair. 10-year challenge, tell Regev we are still here. Until that killer Netanyahu, he should feel fear. The old live through us and guarantee the children will care. Criminal, not invincible, and you know it. Sarmadoon still sitting in their stoic. May not feel us with you when you listen to our poems. You inspire humanity, your resistance is heroic. Regardless of talk, here's time we answer the call. Through your strength of spirit, you provide example for all. How to live, how to love when attacked from the clouds above. Loud and clear, the songs you sung can't be drowned by the sound of guns. Won't just watch your tragic times through a satellite dish. The least that we can give you is an anthem like this. They panic tried to analyze and sanitize this, but we love you more than ever. Still, Palestine lives.
Absolutely, Bob. We're gonna be talking about this in a second too.
Run away, away, all I hate to face. Time to change this state. No change, no change, no. Run away, away, all I hate to face. Time to change this state. No change, no change, no.
Continuing oppression of the Palestinians, encircling of the people of Gaza, the killing of civilians, the burning of homes, the daily oppression, the theft of land, the apartheid system in the West Bank, where there are two road systems, and I've been, and I'm sure you have, and you see the Israeli road, you see like a spanking new highway with just the settler cars getting backwards and forwards, then you see the old Palestinian roads, and it's people living under two sets of laws. It's an apartheid system. So all this is being uncovered, and the boycotts and divestment and sanctions campaign, which I support, and I'm sure many other people do, as a peaceful protest against the Israeli oppression. Support groups have got to keep proclaiming the rights of the Palestinians are the right to return, the right to their homeland, really. And the theft of land is Israel is breaking international law. It is breaking the Geneva Convention.
Guessing everybody saw this video, but this was sent, so we're gonna check it out. It's real short. This is Palestinian forces. Exactly, GMO. Welcome, comrade. Hope you're well today. Yep. decolonization is always violent. Damn, Lennon, sorry to hear that. Your apartment must have some weird issues or something. Maybe it's all that metal. Maybe it's the organization.
انت سينا ما نسينا ما استنينا ربينا عقيدنا هلا بك وتفضل ولا يغرك شيك المنظر بنشيل التاريخ بنشيل الارض بنشيل المريخ ونتحمل هلا بيك في الدراما في الاكشن هوليوود نمشيش هالبميل بنزين وندوس هلا بك في الدراما في الاكشن هوليوود في نهاية سعيدة عالطريق خليك معي سنعود تيك تاك توك تيك تاك تيك ابن اللي مش تكنيك جيك سابو فير ما بطلع اذا فيش مكنيس تيك تاك توك تيك تاك تيك ابن اللي مش تكنيس جيك سابو فير ما بطلع اذا فيش مكنيس والدي اشتغل عند موشة اليوم عنا موشة يشتغل بزنس مان كوم احلام كل كومة للسقف حرر الوطن بالعضل وابني الدولة بالعقل مزاج عربي مخ ربي بوصل عطاشة بالوقت هلا بيك كله توك عصفور طل من الشبك واعطاني كلاشينكوف هلا بيك كله توك هلا بيك بالتطفيش لساتني معمر بطفيش بنيتي زن بلا ترخيص لك اسأل عني برستيج وانسألك عني البوليس ما شفتنيش نكرهش البوليس لنا جانجسترز نكرهه لانه عنصري بين 60 تعريس والحبايب نكرهش البوليس لنا جانجسترز نكرهه لانه عنصري بين 60 تعريس كابيش بيب تيك تاك توك تيك تاك تيك ابن اللي مش تكنيك جيك سابو فير ما بطلع اذا فيش مكنيس تيك تاك توك تيك تاك تيك ابن اللي مش تكنيك جيك سابو فير ما بطلع اذا فيش مكنيس.
Right. Before we do this one, yeah, actually we'll do this one first, and then we'll do the rest of the. Then I'll get into like the people's news where I read to you. And once we do the news, we'll take a break, and then we'll go back and do the long Palestine video from Red Nation, which is about settler colonialism as well in general, I believe. We'll see. Either way, it's going to be good. Yeah, good idea, Lennon. Good idea. Right, let's check out this. This is Palestinian resistance takes Israel by surprise.
Abu Nima is the co-founder of Electronic Intifada, an independent online news publication focusing on Palestine. He joins me live from Chicago. And if we can begin with Joe Biden's comments in the last hour or so, in the last few hours or so, are you surprised at all by anything that he had to say?
Not at all. Israel's occupation, dispossession, ethnic cleansing, and persecution of the Palestinian people has for decades been enabled by the United States. And in the context of the almost explicitly genocidal threats from Benjamin Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant, his defense minister, we should take Joe Biden's statements as a green light to Israel to perpetrate more of the kind of massacres that it has been carrying out against the Palestinian people now for almost 80 years with total impunity.
And taking from that, you assuming that those massacres are just going to continue and become even worse. We were talking to an Israeli military analyst who said that tens of thousands of troops will be building up along the Gaza Strip there, ready to invade. Is that your fear too?
It's possible. We don't really know. What we can say for certain is that other than causing mass destruction and death, it will not change the situation that Israel is a colonial occupying power and the Palestinian people are struggling justly for their liberation. And anti-colonial liberation wars are something the world has seen, whether in Vietnam, whether in throughout Africa, South Africa in particular in recent decades, and an indigenous people that is fighting for its existence will fight back with great motivation. And that's what we saw in terms of the ability today of the resistance in Gaza to surprise Israel strategically and tactically, and to actually liberate and hold Palestinian territory beyond the borders of Gaza, despite the fact that they have far fewer resources than Israel and don't have the backing of any superpowers.
Preview, like on the whole China thing, we're going to get into it, but it's the one thing where I wish China would take a better stance on, given the position that they're in now in geopolitics. But yeah, I'll get into that. We'll get into that in a second. And of course, you all know I'm a militant defender of China in all means. Just saying I wish they were a little bit better on this one point, which we will see in a minute.
Kind of a sign of the motivation of Palestinians to liberate themselves once and for all from decades of living under the boot of this really brutal colonial regime whose brutality is being highlighted in the response from Israeli leaders.
Do you think that Hamas needs some of its allies in the region to step up here and actively get involved militarily?
Clearly, Hamas has allies in the region.
No, and again, I totally understand all the reasons and the justifications.
We've seen in terms of using drones to destroy Israel's vaunted Merkava tanks,
which is why I
to
put
destroy
it as I wish, not they should.
automated machine gun nests,
I wish they could take a better stance on it.
Surprising tactical methods we've seen were developed in conjunction with those allies.
That's our stance.
Obviously, I'm not
That's their stance at First Nations International, and their stance here at Chunkaluda is that, of course, we militantly support China, and the only one who can change policy in China is China, of course, themselves, and they have to decide what's best, and if they decide that this is best, okay, but I just wish that they could be better on that one subject.
To the discussions they have, so I don't know what they may have in store. But what I can say is that the Palestinian people, in their just liberation struggle, have every right to receive assistance from wherever they can get it. That's a right that an occupied people exercising its legitimate right to resist has.
This has been called by many people a complete military and intelligence failure on the part of Israel to not have any idea that this military operation was coming. Is that how you see it as well?
Study, just as all socialist states
Clearly, it was a colossal failure. I think it's an example of Israel believing its own arrogant propaganda about its own military, technological, and indeed racial superiority over the Palestinian people. They underestimated the ability of this indigenous people besieged in Gaza to devise tactics that would confound their oppressors and persecutors. So it is a massive failure. On a par, I've seen people say,
it is going to be part of the news,
I believe this, on a par with the October 1973 failure when Egypt managed to breach the so-called impregnable Bar-Lev line along the Suez Canal. But in this case, it really is historic because for the first time, the battle was taken into a territory that Israel considers its own and onto Israeli territory in a quite dramatic and stunning way. Of course, there's no doubt that Israel will do what it always does, which is seek revenge against the vulnerable, against civilians. Remember that half the population of Gaza are children, more than 2/3 are refugees, and already we have Israeli ministers saying that they're going to cut off the electricity to Gaza, which is a war crime. And we have the threats from Netanyahu and Gallant that are, as I said, nearly explicit, if not outright explicit, threats of genocide. And the crimes, the further crimes that they commit against the Palestinian people will not just be on the hands of those Israeli leaders, but also on the hands of Joe Biden, the European Union, and its member states.
Just buys them both. They're all lives to me.
Support this genocidal apartheid regime, one that doesn't believe the Palestinian people exist or have a right to exist, that has declared itself a state for Jews only, where only Jews will have sovereignty and self-determination. That's the logic of genocide, the logic of apartheid, and this is where it leads. And for too long, the world has sat by and allowed Israel to behave in this savage and barbaric way against the Palestinian people. And this is the inevitable result.
Okay, just finally, where do we go from here? Is this going to continue to escalate, or is there any room at all for de-escalation?
I've said many times before
Working
on
with
Al
them while
Jazeera and
recognizing that
elsewhere
they're
that yes,
racist
it's
pieces
going
of
to
shit until they
escalate
denounce
into an
that awful,
ever-increasing
awful
horror
liberalism
show.
somehow.
What we are seeing now is exactly what many of us have predicted, and it's the inevitable result of granting impunity to a regime that has absolutely no respect for international law, for basic humanity, and for the rights of the Palestinian people, who, this has to be said, this is often not mentioned, but the Palestinian people are the majority population in historic Palestine, in what is Israel, the Gaza Strip, and the West Bank. And this majority population has to have its rights, has to have its liberation, or there will be continued escalating, horrifying bloodshed. Let's say it clearly, Israel and its enablers are solely responsible, solely and fully responsible for what we see happening, and they can end it. But they have chosen this path, and they are reaping exactly what they have sown.
Okay, thank you so much. As always, we appreciate your time and your insights here on Al Jazeera. That is Ali Abu Nima, a co-founder of Electronic Intifada. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, let's get...
Okay, now. Just right at the end. We're going to get into the actual news here, and we'll discuss some of what I was talking about here just a second ago. Oh, we gotta keep the humor going. What keeps us going in these kind of situations, you know? And also, don't leave out that for many colonized people, what is going on right now in Palestine as well is inspiring, right? We understand that, of course, violence is a horrifying thing, but we also are for land back no matter what. Hey Fathad, welcome. How are you? Just about to do the news. Starting her up here. Right, news time.
Land defending. Water defending. Strike actions. International politics. Socialist news. Bringing you the stories that matter most to revolutionaries. This is People's News with Leaping Larry.
Welcome to People's News with Leaping Larry. Okay. So, as you imagine, the news today is going to be focused entirely on Palestine. So, first, before we do the PSL, we always do the international stuff first. So Let's just look at the. Let's look at. This is from CGTN first. We'll look at. Here for the muse. Here for the muse, comrades. Exactly. Right. On October 7th, Hamas, which controls Gaza, launched a rare surprise attack on Israel that was responded with massive Israeli airstrikes on Gaza and punitive measures, including power outages. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu announced on Saturday that Israel was in a state of war, while Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas emphasized the right of the Palestinians to defend themselves. So far, over 1,100 people have been killed in the latest round of escalation of tensions and violence in Palestine and Israel. The way this goes down is okay. There we go. U.S. President Joe Biden told Netanyahu on Sunday that additional assistance for Israel Defense Forces is now on its way to Israel, with more to follow over the coming days, as the U.S. confirmed a number of its citizens were killed in the attacks. At an urgent meeting, UN Security Council meeting on Sunday, China calls on the relevant parties to remain calm, exercise restraint, and avoid further escalation of the situation. So the timeline. 9th of October. 560 Palestinians killed in Israeli airstrikes in Gaza. The death toll from Israeli retaliatory airstrikes in Gaza has risen to 560. Like, why is it put retaliatory, though? With 2,900 others injured, according to Palestinian Health Ministry in Gaza. At least 800 Israelis killed during Hamas attack. At least 800 Israelis were killed after Hamas launched attacks since Saturday morning, the Jerusalem Post reported on Monday. Sirens sound across IDF. Sirens sound across Israel on Monday, according to the Israel Defense Forces. On the 9th, more than 123,000 people are displaced in the Gaza Strip. More than 123,000 people have been displaced in the Gaza Strip after the Hamas launched attack, the United Nations said Monday. Over 123,538 people have been internally displaced in Gaza, mostly due to fear, protection concerns, and the destruction of their homes, says the United Nations Office for Coordination of International Humanitarian Affairs. This is all still on the 9th of October. 493 Palestinians killed in Israeli airstrikes in Gaza. Risen to 493. First flight carrying Polish evacuees from Israel lands in Warsaw. First plane carrying Polish. That's on the. So now we're on the 9th. Yeah, still on the 9th. A lot was happening really fast. The first military plane carrying Polish citizens evacuated from Israel landed on Warsaw on Monday with 120 people abroad. The UN Ministry of United Nations said Sunday that Tehran is not involved in Hamas attack on Israel. We emphatically stand unflinchingly support of Palestine. However, we are not involved in Palestine's response, as it is taken solely by Palestine itself, Iran's UN mission said. See, that's...
Long live the People's Revolution!
Exactly. That's the response that I want all, like, I wish all states would be taking right now, okay? That's Iran. Hungary has evacuated 215 people from Israel by air and 2 planes overnight, and they have safely landed in Budapest, Hungarian Foreign Minister Peter Szijjártó said on Facebook post on Monday morning. Death toll from Israeli airstrikes rises to 436. Death toll from Israeli retaliatory airstrikes in Gaza has risen to 436, with 2,271 others injured. Palestine's news agency Wafa reports Monday, citing hospitals in the Gaza Strip. Israel claims striking over 500 Hamas targets overnight in Gaza. Israel hit over 500 Hamas targets overnight in Gaza as conflict continues since Saturday. Israel Air Forces said Monday morning in an update. There are still 6 sites of active fighting in southern Israel near the border with Gaza, IDF spokesman Daniel Hagaf told reporters on Monday, adding that IDF has hit a total of 1,148 targets across Gaza so far since Hamas's surprise attack. He also revealed that the IDF is drafting hundreds of thousands of reservists. Thailand's foreign ministry of Monday said 12 Thai nationals have been killed in unrest in Israel, plus 11 more kidnapped and 8 injured. We are working to help the Thai citizens in Israel, Foreign Ministry spokesperson Kachana Partachero told reporters. Palestinians. An escalation of violence between Palestinian militants and Israeli military caused over 1,100 deaths in Gaza and Israel since Saturday morning. CGTN Stringer talked about some Gaza residents evacuated from a destroyed building on Sunday. They were trying to find their belongings in the ruins. We honestly couldn't go out because of the extreme danger and fear, said Sadi Al-Hassi, a local resident. Over 1,100 people have been killed in this escalation of tensions and violence in Palestine. This is 11:49. That began on Saturday morning. The death toll from Hamas's surprise attack on Israel has reached over 700, while Israeli airstrikes in Gaza have killed 413 people, including 78 children and 41 women, according to latest data from Israel Air Forces and Health Ministry in Gaza. China's permanent representative to the United Nations, Zhang Jun, called for relevant parties to exercise restraint over a recent escalation of tensions and violence between Palestine and Israel as the UN Security Council met to discuss the conflict on Sunday. At the UN emergency meeting, Zhang said the Chinese side is gravely concerned about the outbreak of fierce conflict between Israel and the armed groups in the Gaza Strip. Is deeply worried about the prospect of further deterioration of the situation. China condemns all violence and attacks against civilians and calls on all parties concerned to exercise maximum restraint, avoid further escalation of the conflict situation, and realize a ceasefire as soon as possible, Chinese ambassador noted. All parties are obliged to abide by international humanitarian law and to refrain from attacking and destroying civilians, including civilian facilities.
Yeah. See ya.
No, don't worry, Bob. No, don't worry at all, Bob. Your work totally fine. What you're doing is totally fine. Don't worry whatsoever, my comrade. All parties are obliged to abide by international humanitarian law and refrain from attacking and destroying civilians, including civilian facilities, he added. You have the VIP badge for a reason, Bob. Don't worry, you're good. Noting the current situation on the ground remains very fragile, Zhang said China supports the good offices of General Secretary of the United Nations and this country's concern in their effort to cool down the situation as soon as possible. The Security Council should be ready to take the necessary actions to promote dialogue, realize a ceasefire, and restore peace, he said. And this is where I get into my criticism, okay? I'm sorry, but this is the one part where it's just like, I just wish they would be better in this one front. I know they have a non-intervention policy, but this is clearly a genocide and someone fighting against a genocide. That's my only thing. And that's the stance that we do take at Chunkaluda, while, you know, giving full militant support to China. We defend it from slanderous attacks, of course, if we had the material ability, but, you know, we have to organize at Chunkaluda and give back to the reservations that have been stolen from. Reparations have to come from somewhere else. Noting the current situation on the ground. Sorry, I already read that part. The Security Council should be ready to take the necessary actions to promote dialogue, realize a ceasefire, and restore peace, he said. This, again, don't like this statement because the Security Council is literally, if you don't know, a separate body of the UN that is essentially just a tool of the fucking US imperialists. Deng also pointed out that the frequent conflicts between Palestine or Israel largely due to the fact that the Middle East peace process has deviated from the right track, that the basis of this two-state solution has been eroded, and relevant UN resolutions have not been effectively implemented. Like, again, I'm sorry, there is no two-state solution to this problem. He called for efforts to advance a two-state solution with the greatest sense of urgency. Sorry, I do not. I don't. No, I'm afraid that I don't support that. Okay? Two-state solution is just not good. Yeah, I guess they do. Which is why they call for it. I mean, it's just, again. So this, I think this is just what we read here. Yeah. It's just this, you know. Now, we haven't seen a response from DPRK yet, but I just typed Israel into the Pyongyang Times here, and I mean, they are always for one of their longer ones here. There's a big long one here. Gotta wait for them to actually respond, but I can imagine what DPRK's response is going to be, and we're going to get to that in a second. Yeah, and again, that's not to criticize China or say that whatever. It's just critical support is the two-state solution is just not a thing. Yeah, exactly, Dave Legend. And again, you know, I militantly support China. Everybody knows this. It's just critical support is exactly that. I wish they would be better on this one issue. To find the But I mean, we can get to that here in a second on Twitter anyway. You'll see. Actually, you'll see something funny kind of related to this as well. So first now, I want to read this is the PSL statement. The unrelenting oppression, murder, torture, and occupation carried out by Israeli apartheid regime has precipitated a counteroffensive by Palestinian resistance forces. The Israeli war machine and its attendant systems of oppression are bought and paid for by U.S. imperialism. U.S. tax dollars fund the grinding oppression of the Palestinian people to the tune of $4 billion each year. Yeah, to a fault, exactly. That's my only point. And because I mean DPRK is non non-confrontation or non-interference, but it does get a little bit. But it's against all forms of settler colonialism. Oh, interesting, Bob. Resistance to apartheid and fascist-type oppression was labeled terrorism by U.S. politicians when the African National Congress took up arms against the racist apartheid regime of South Africa. The same false terrorism label is being applied to the Palestinian people. The PSL says resistance to apartheid and fascist-type oppression is not a crime. It is the inevitable outcome for all people who demand self-determination, rather than living with the boot heel of the oppressors on their necks. The people of the United States are going into the streets right now to say free Palestine, cut all U.S. aid for apartheid regime, free all Palestinian political prisoners. Israel is currently carrying out a massacre of historic proportions against Gaza and all throughout Palestine, slaughtering hundreds. The bombs and missiles that are raining down on Gaza right now are paid for by U.S. tax dollars instead of using money to meet people's needs. The U.S. government has shamefully extended Israel a long-term military aid agreement worth $38 billion. The corporate media and politicians want the public to believe, I don't know enough about that situation to comment on it. Again, I militantly support China. I defend it no matter what. So if you do want to have that discussion, there are whispers. The corporate media and politicians want the public to believe that Israel is simply defending itself from terrorism. That's a lie. The actions of the resistance over the course of the last day is a morally and legally legitimate response to occupation. It was brought about by escalating Israeli oppression on numerous fronts. Less than a year ago, a new far-right government came into office in Israel. Regardless of which party is in power, the Israeli government has always imposed occupation and apartheid. But the new administration, which includes openly genocidal, fascist senior ministers who control the police and prison system, is intent on taking this to unprecedented heights. The wave of killings is under the way of occupied West Bank by Israeli troops, cops, and vigilantes that has claimed over 200 Palestinians' lives so far this year. Already horrific conditions for thousands of Palestinian prisoners held in Israeli jails deteriorated even further. Far-right mobs stormed the Al-Aqsa mob on numerous occasions under the protection of Israeli police. The construction of illegal settlements on occupied Palestinian land was hugely expanded. The government announced its intention to create a National Guard, a thinly veiled death squad that would operate under the personal command of the main fascist politician in Israel, Itamar Ben-Gvir. To provide diplomatic cover for as this was taking place, the U.S. government has been aggressively lobbying countries in the Middle East to sign normalization agreements with Israel. Since the State of Israel was established amid a deadly campaign of ethnic cleansing in 1948, most neighboring countries have rightfully refused to officially recognize Israel's existence. But in the last few years, that has begun to change. In exchange for what amounted to massive bribes from the United States, reactionary governments of the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Sudan, and Morocco established formal relations with Israel. In recent days, the United States was reportedly on the verge of securing the biggest normalization agreements of all with Saudi Arabia. It was in this context of the existential threat to the Palestinian people's very survival, resistance organizations chose to launch a bold counteroffensive. This does not constitute terrorism. It is a basic fact of history that any people who are subjected to an occupation will resist that occupation. As we read last time in the reading of this, where there is oppression, a struggle is bound to break out. Where a struggle breaks out, revolution breaks out. It was in this context of an existential threat to the Palestinian peoples settler colonialism. Thank you. Settler colonialism isn't just a fucking conflict. There's no such thing as a non-combatant in settler colonialism. That applies to the West as well. It was in the context of an existential threat to the Palestinian people's very survival that the resistance organizations chose to launch a bold counteroffensive. Someone give me a yeah, see ya? This does not constitute terrorism. It is a basic fact that any people who are subjected to occupation will resist that occupation.
Yeah, see ya.
The Israeli government is carrying out a bombardment of unbelievable proportions, targeting Palestinian civilians in an effort to take revenge on the resistance. Shortly after the war broke out, Lloyd Austin pledged that over the coming days, the Department of Defense will work to ensure that Israel has what it needs. The U.S. government is just as complicit in this massacre as Israel. Now is the time to mobilize and demand freedom for Palestine. People act like these elderly people were not young settlers 30 years ago supporting genocide. Exactly. And again, the fence sitting is exactly why I just take that. China has enormous ideological influence in the world right now, right? It's just, I just wish they would take the better stance on that one stance of this right now, in this one instance especially.
Let's go, Smokes. Let's go, Smokes.
All right, two at once. Oh shit. It grabs you by the boo-boo, don't it? Oh, like I'm like in a sitcom. I'm high, man. Oh. We still driving, man? No, I think we're parked, man. How do you get more libs than me? You stream in the politics category? Thank you. Damn, wrong chat. Do we need a dong command? Is that what you're saying? Fuck no, I ain't about that life. See, that's what I stream in the politics category. Except for Wednesday. Wednesday I just stream in whatever category. Okay, so now I got here the Workers' World. Exactly, Marge, exactly. Workers' World right here. And this right here is a statement released on October 7th by the deputy head of Hamas, Sheikh Salih al-Arura. What? I missed what you threw at me. Hot dog? Oh no, none of them are coming my way. Oh, that's fucking tragic. All of them avoided me. Dags. The wind said no, exactly. No dogs for me. I gotta, it's like when you do the news, then maybe you'll get a dog. I can't afford the dogs. And I can't afford the dogs. All right. What started is not just an operation, but a battle that will expand, escalate, and deepen. There, I got one. Thank you. So this is by the deputy head of Hamas right here. What started is not just an operation, but a battle that will expand, escalate, and deepen. That battle has a goal: the freedom of our people and the liberation of our sanctities. Therefore, the battle continues, escalates, until achieving the victory with the deserved freedom of our people. We will not continue to accept the... it was a little unsanny. Unfortunately giving John Travolta a little something at the same time, but it was worth it for the dog, I guess. We will not continue to accept the desecration of our sanctities or the imprisonment of our prisoners in jails or the continued siege of Gaza. What we have in our hands will be free of all prisoners from the occupation jails. There are a large number of Israeli captives, and there are senior officers among the captives. The battle is still at its peak, and the freedom of our captives in prisons is imminent. We captured senior officers from the occupation army, and we will capture more until the prisons are emptied. The resistance is preparing for the worst scenarios, including a ground invasion. An Israeli ground invasion would be the best scenario for us to settle the conflict against the enemy. We have information that the occupation army was preparing after the holiday to launch a major aggression against our people in the West Bank and Gaza. The battle is coming, and the aggression began with the desecration of the sanctities and the enemy's intention to attack Gaza and the West Bank. We are ready to defend the dignity and freedom of our people. We hope that the resistance will cover all of Palestinian land, and God willing, there will be effective solidarity and strong stance from both the Arab and Muslim nations. So this is Workers' World Lesbian Hot Sauce, and this is a statement by Hamas, by the deputy head of Hamas. So that's their statement. You all got that, I hope. Now, Palestinian Front for Liberation here statement on Al-Aqsa flood battle. Following statement released on October 7th. This is the day when the nature of the struggle and the dignity of the Arab nation are reclaimed. Steadfast mountains from the ranks of resistance have united in response to the call of Palestine, call of Al-Quds and the call and Al-Aqsa, during which the essence of the conflict is reclaimed and the honor of the Arab nation is restored. They are determined to achieve a strategic victory over this enemy in a battle that will open the door to redefine the history of Palestine and the region. The Popular Front urges our heroic people across Palestine to actively participate in the Al-Aqsa flood battle. Everyone from their respective positions and with the tools they possess should attack the enemy's army and its settlers, cut off its supply routes, sabotage its vital facilities, and pursue the terrified Zionist invaders in the face of resistance strikes, striking at them on every inch of Palestinian soil. The front emphasizes its call for everyone who bears arms, especially members of the PA security forces, to engage in the battle of the Palestinian people against their enemy and to take the natural position of every free Palestinian fighting for salvation from occupation, achieving the goals and rights of all our people. The timing of the battle, coinciding with the glorious October War, is a call for the sons of the Arab nation and the people of the region to recognize their position in the overall conflict with the Zionist enemy, and in this particular battle, they should carry out the duties alongside their fighting brothers in revolt in occupied Palestine. Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, Central Media Office. Then here I got the PFLP and Hamas. WWP statement, World Solidarity with Palestine. The Israeli regime murders, seizures of territory, illegal settlements, and occupation made a response from the Palestinian people and their liberation organizations as inevitable as it was justifiable. Palestinians have once again, under the most difficult circumstances, provided a heroic example for people longing for liberation from imperialism around the world. The Zionist regime has been blockading Gaza since 2007, turning the narrow strip into an open-air prison for 2 million Palestinians, and a shooting gallery where Israeli planes bomb and kill Palestinian civilians. 200 already this year, including children. So where was our chatter's fucking disdain for that? Netanyahu regime has completely supported the building of settlements on the West Bank, pushing Palestinians out of their homeland. Settlers have increased violence against Palestinians and have repeatedly desecrated the Al-Aqsa Mosque in Jerusalem. Palestinian movement and people have every right to strike back in whatever they may choose and, to quote the great Malcolm X, by any means necessary. The Palestinian organizations know that they face a ruthless enemy and have decided to launch a direct strike on that enemy. That's in Yemen right there. The responsibility of individuals and organizations throughout the world that have expressed solidarity with the Palestinian struggle for liberation is to redouble their efforts under the current circumstances to show that solidarity and spread it. As I was just saying, that one thing I wished, remember? Those in the rest of the world who want justice in Palestine must become aware of what we must expect. The US and European Union regimes have thrown in their arms and money against the Palestinian liberation movement. This is nothing new. It has been true since 1948, if not before. US President Joe Biden, as could be expected, said that the US would back Israel. We can expect that the US and its allies and their corporate media will put obstacles in the way of any expressions of solidarity with Palestine. We must go forward anyway. While the Benjamin Netanyahu regime directing the Zionist state appears to have been surprised by the boldness and courage of the incursions from Gaza, it will use the looming battles to attempt to stabilize its hold on power, regarding the struggle internal to white supremacist Zionist state. It already had begun striking multiple civilian targets in Gaza, threatening all people living there. Netanyahu has also been pushing for a US-led war against Iran, and may attempt to carry out such a war again, along with allies in the US establishment. We raise these possibilities simply to prepare the solidarity movement as much as possible for what we may face, for what questions we will have to answer. Long live the struggle of the Palestinian people. Thank you, Buck, for linking the UN declaration there. Okay, and then we got one more here. So this is a slightly edited statement, was released by the Samdon Palestinian Prisoner Solidarity Network on October 7th. Palestine, the resistance rises towards revolution, return, and liberation. As the morning dawns on 7th of October 2023, the resistance is rising throughout occupied Palestine, smashing the siege on Gaza with a comprehensive offensive, confronting the occupier by land and air, taking control of Palestinian land, seizing occupation settlers and soldiers, and launching thousands of missiles and Palestinian resistance forces fight to advance the return and liberation of Palestine. The new resistance operation, titled El Aqsa Flood by Mohammed Diaf, commander-in-chief of the Izz al-Din and al-Qassam brigades, the military wing of Hamas, comes on the 50th anniversary of the 1973 war, in which Egypt reclaimed the occupied Sinai from Zionist occupation and is set to alter the direction of the struggle in occupied Palestine, moving from resistance towards revolution and liberation. The resistance operation comes in response to the ongoing stream of crimes against the Palestinian people. The daily murder of Palestinians on the street of the West Bank of occupied Palestine, the siege of Gaza, the theft of land for settlements, the denial of refugees' right to return, imposing exile for over 75 years. The torture and attacks on Palestinian prisoners, the ongoing invasions of Al-Aqsa Mosque, and the 75 years of Zionist occupation and over 100 years of imperialist domination and colonialism throughout occupied Palestine. It also comes to bring about the liberation of Palestinian prisoners, as part and parcel of the Palestinian people and land. The occupation has repeatedly dragged its feet in conducting a prisoner exchange with the resistance, and now the resistance has announced that it has taken a significant number of prisoners from among the occupation soldiers and settlers in order to liberate the 5,250 Palestinian prisoners in occupation prisons, including the 1,350 jailed without charge or trial under administrative detention, 39 women, and 170 children. The resistance is taking new steps to liberate Palestinian land, to confront the settlement project, and to liberate the prisoners from a position of power. News is developing rapidly. However, it is clear that the Palestinian resistance is determined to reset the status quo in the region and uncover the reality that the Zionist regime no longer rely on its technological strength and imperialist weaponry to impose its domination on the Palestinian people. In particular, coming as it does on the 50th anniversary of the 1973 war, it is a decisive rebuke to the entire path of Oslo and normalization imposed upon the Palestinian and Arab people for the past 50 years, including a two-state solution. Sorry, fuck, that's not a solution. Indicating a new path forward with a clear goal. Liberation and nothing less. It builds upon the liberation from the occupation of South Lebanon by the Lebanese resistance, led by Hezbollah in 2000, and the defeat of the Zionist invasion of Lebanon in 2006, as well as the successive heroic battles waged by the Palestinian resistance throughout occupied Palestine and especially from its base area of resistance land in Gaza. In his statement announcing the operation, Diaf said, "Starting from today, security coordination ends. Today the people reclaim their revolution, correct their path, and return to the march of return." He called upon all to participate in the resistance, specifically to all the forces of resistance in the region, Lebanon, Syria, Iran, and Yemen, and all of the Arab peoples of the Gulf to the ocean, to join in this battle, which is their battle for freedom, dignity, and liberation, declaring it is time for the forces of Arab resistance to unite. Imperialism is the primary enemy. Samadown joins the Maza Badil, the Palestinian Alternative Revolutionary Path movement, calling the masses of our Palestinian people, supporters of the resistance in exile, and diaspora, allies from the liberation forces, movements, and solidarity committees with the Palestinian people everywhere expressed their support for the heroic Palestinian resistance, raised the flag of Palestine and the banners of resistance, and organized popular political media demonstrations and events to expose the Zionist crimes against our people in occupied Palestine. Again, that's all I wish all parties were doing right now. The heroic Palestinian resistance had opened a chapter of battles of dignity and pride at the dawn of October 7th, 2023, and is now responding to decades of continuous and repeated Zionist American European aggression against the masses of our Arab and Islamic nation, from the ocean to the Gulf. And in the face of the wars of starvation and siege that the United States and its agents have engineered against our peoples in the region, especially in Syria, Lebanon, Yemen, and Iran. As the Palestinian resistance confronts occupation forces, it is critical that internationalists everywhere speak out, mobilize, and act to confront the US-led imperialist system, including the EU states, Britain, and all complicit powers, to end their ongoing crimes against the Palestinian people and to defend the resistance. These crimes are reflected not only in the Balfour Declaration, the $3.8 billion in U.S. military aid to the occupation regime annually, but in the racist assaults on the Palestinian people in exile and diaspora throughout Europe, and especially in Germany, speaking out and organizing to take up their role in the cause for their return to Palestine, the liberation of their land. Imperialism is the primary enemy of the Palestinian cause, creating the Zionist project and arming it to the teeth as a mechanism of attack against the Arab and Iranian peoples alongside Zionism, the Israeli occupation regime, reactionary complicit Arab forces. Today, the resistance is making clear that despite the weaponry and brutality of the occupier, the promise of liberation is closer than ever before. From river to the sea, Palestine will be free. That's our news for today, comrades. We're now gonna get into the well, we're gonna do a little bit of Twitter first, which is all I say mostly in line with the memes, but we're gonna do a bit of the Twitter looking, and then we're gonna get into the memes here. Oh crap, wait a second. Oh crap, comrades, hold on. Getting a report here. Wait. Oh wait, we got an... Wait, hold on, we got an emergency situation right here. Oh, Twitter is unhinged. I got a couple things to say about it. Emergencies... Breaking report, comrades. Breaking fucking report.
The city of Folsom, California, in a sad ceremony today, honored those who will die in the imminent Folsom Dam disaster. Brian Scott has the story.
The Folsom Dam has been a Sacramento Valley landmark for over half a century. But since a spillway gate began to leak 4 years ago, the dam has become a symbol of doom for the hundreds, perhaps thousands of souls who will be consumed in its onrushing waters. But this year, the Sacramento County government finally decided to act, budgeting $20,000 to construct a memorial for the victims of the inevitable tragedy.
This disaster will have been preventable. All of the warning signs are here now. Yet, no one will have done anything about it.
Unveiled at a ceremony today, the Folsom Disaster Remembrance Statue is intended to provide comfort for those who are about to lose their family members, friends, or even their own lives in the disaster.
I only wish that there was some way to avoid this terrible tragedy that didn't require so much funding.
The memorial is built on high ground overlooking the dam, so that it won't be swept away along with the rest of the town and its citizens. It was designed by Japanese artist Keiko Totori.
This memorial is a classic American style because this will be historic national tragedy.
The memorial will be etched with the names of the victims once they're killed. One name has already been added, Dennis Munoz, a civil engineer who works in the dam's control tower and will undoubtedly be the first to be killed by the 80 billion tons of water when the structure bursts.
The memorial will be the place where I go to remember Dennis.
My grave won't matter because they're not going to find my body.
The memorial was designed to accommodate 500 names after considering the number of homes in the area and the average traffic on nearby Route 10.
I will take the full responsibility for the tragedy when it happens. I am tendering my resignation effective the day the dam finally breaks.
I think once the massive death toll becomes apparent, I will end my own life. But what I have done.
The memorial can also be altered to include up to 2,000 names in the event that the disaster occurs during the annual Folsom Jazz Festival. For the Onion News Network, I'm Brian Scott.
Our prayers will go out to each and every one of the victims.
All right. That was breaking news story. So, by the way, if this is what they were giving for elders as a meal. This is why I say that you should of course you should follow Chunkaluda and support projects that you see going on if you were able to. We do fantastic work here. Oops, I did the wrong. Yeah, none of this has been eaten. This is what they're giving for elders on a meal at Pine Ridge, a charity org. So we're trying to step up, support, and get things done ourselves. So, yeah. And there's also always other good projects going on of building mutual aid networks and dual power for First Nations on Turtle Rock, I'll say for now. This. Did we all see this shit? Mark Hamill. America stands with Israel. Always. You know, just in case him coming out in support of Nazis not that long ago in Ukraine wasn't enough for you. Here he is openly supporting genocide. You're supposed to destroy the dark side, not join them. Fucking Mark Hamill, what the fuck? The dirt. Of course, Justin Trudeau, to honor those whose lives have been cut short by Hamas's terror attacks against Israel, we're lighting the Peace Tower in blue and white, and we've lowered the flags on the Peace Tower at the Prime Minister's office and across Parliament Hill. Across Canada stands with Israel. All the settler regimes, of course. Oh yeah, no, no, of course not, Bob. That's the thing, right? Immune to that. Then there's, oh dear. The escalation of barbaric violence in the Middle East must stop. Vicious Israeli occupation and the ugly Palestinian retaliation results in the killing of precious innocent lives on both sides. We must have a lasting peace based on justice. Cornell West. The fuck? Good thing we saw a Sister Soldier School in Cornell West yesterday. Yeah, Corny West. Hey, Plants, welcome, comrade. Hey, Cosmic Crown, welcome. This here, did you... This... Oh, hey. Hey, Plants. Everybody follow Plants on Twitter. That's funny. You came in just as... Have you been lurking, or did you just see your name here? Oh yeah. You deleted your Twitter? Understandable. Yeah, so, well, somebody, I quoted you here. You're on Blue Sky. Okay, cool. You were lurking? You saw, oh, okay, so you saw your name and you're like, oh, there I am. Technically working. So it's like, this, yes, very good. Excellent video. Love to see this. And here, Eddie is right? The world is with the people of Palestine. Take back your homeland from the colonial apartheid regime. Notice the left, and here we have our comrade Plants Fanon saying, notice the left in settler colonies understands that anti-colonial violence in the Palestinian context is justified, but these same goofy asses abandon these principles when it comes to the other European settler colonies. Then all of a sudden the colonizers become the white working class, or the white proletariat, which, as we know, doesn't exist. I don't make the rules. There's white working class, but white proletariat, they can aid in the struggle for revolution if they are influenced by revolutionary education and are aligned behind the leadership of First Nations and other colonized people. But lead, or no, generally, no. They're not proletariat. They're not the most revolutionary section. Literally, the day he announced his presidency, I was getting shut down for just trying to... Oh. Yeah. And he's had bad positions for a long time, Bob, too, right? Like, okay, it's good that he's saying some stuff, but... And here we have an actual good position on it. Anyone who mischaracterizes the legitimate Palestinian resistance against colonial occupation as aggression or any other liberal-inspired adjectives is not a friend of the Palestinians, but a collaborator with liberal obscurantism and mass confusion that only benefits the colonists. And here's a little quote that I pulled just concerning all this as well. So this being shared around. National liberation, national renaissance, the restoration of nationhood to the people, commonwealth, whatever may be the headings used for, or the new formulas introduced. Decolonization is always a violent phenomenon. For whatever we study it, relationships between individuals, new names for sports clubs, the human admixture at cocktail parties, in the police, on the directing boards of national or private banks. Decolonization is quite simply the replacing of a certain species of men by another species of men. Without any period of transition, there is a total, complete, and absolute substitution. It is true that we could equally well stress the rise of a new nation, the setting up of a new state, its diplomatic relations, and its economic and political trends. But we have precisely chosen to speak of that kind of tabula rasa which characterizes at the outset all decolonization. Its unusual importance is that it constitutes from the very first day the minimum demands of the colonized. To tell the truth, the proof of success lies in the whole social structure being changed from the bottom up. The extraordinary importance of this change is that it is willed, called for, demanded. The need for this change exists in its crude state, impetus and compelling, in the consciousness and in the lives of the men and women who are colonized. But the possibility of this change is equally experienced in the form of a terrifying future in the consciousness of another species of men and women, the colonizers. We all get that? Good. Read Fanon. Hey, Comrade Commander Red. Welcome, Commander Red. I hope you were well. Our artiste of the channel, one of them. Not much. We're just, of course, talking about Palestine a little bit. And here, look at this quote by Kim Il-sung right here. This is 1986 and 1971. Zionism is a form of racism and colonialism. The Israeli Zionists must withdraw from their occupied Arab land immediately. The Korean people will continue to resolutely support the valiant struggle of the Palestinian people. Exactly, Bob. That's why I always point out war wasn't declared when Hamas made a surprise attack, right? War was declared the moment settler colonialism was born in that region. That's when war was declared. Not war against soldiers, war against the population themselves. What I'm pointing out here too. Good time to remind everyone that despite the ridiculous Hermit Kingdom label, reactionary mainstream media does admit the DPRK aids liberation struggles, including Palestine. And then a comrade of mine pointed out this good article here. Just found this 1978 article. Hey, Apple Saucer, welcome in. Just found this 1978 article from a South Korean publication listing and denouncing the DPRK's support for all these terrorist groups. And I can't believe they thought this made DPRK sound villainous instead of extremely heroic and badass. So let's see this for a second. So it says about their constitution here. Don't worry, I'm going to read it to you. Okay. So, Article 16 of the North Korean Constitution reads, the state, this is from DPRK Assist Terrorist Groups in Seoul. Vantage Point is the name of the publication. This is from 1978. Article 16 of the North Korean Constitution reads, the state, in accordance with the principles of Marxism, Leninism, proletarian internationalism, unites with socialist countries, unites with all people of the world opposed to imperialism, and actively supports and encourages their struggle for national liberation and their revolutionary struggles. Standing on this principle is, among others, North Korea's extension of financial and military aid to terrorist groups in many foreign countries. Pyongyang's moves are directly connected with its efforts to form and enlist international support for its unification policy. President Kim Il-sung stressed at the 8th plenary session of the 4th Term Workers' Party Central Committee the need for uniting with international revolutionary potential, as well as for strengthening and developing revolutionary potential in South and North Korea, in order to achieve unification on Pyongyang's terms. He reiterated the same strategy at the 5th Party Congress held in November 1970. Yeah, Marxists who are anti-religious, Apple Saucer 69, are making a mistake. They're actually misunderstanding. What they're actually doing is misunderstanding a quote by Marx on religion. Right? A lot of people like completely take it out of context. Really, it's not like we want, of course, communists to have the Marxist Leninists themselves, or as many people that draw into Marxism Leninism themselves. But I mean, more and more we have to understand the important right that the important work rather that like revolutionary theologists are doing, right? Here's what he was actually saying, the whole context of his quote. Just getting another quote ready here as well. I got another good one. That's from Lenin instead of Marx. Okay, so check these out. Religious suffering is, at one and the same time, the expression of real suffering, and a protest against real suffering. Religion is the sigh of the oppressed creature, the heart of a heartless world, and the soul of soulless conditions. It is the opium of the people. Opium, in Marx's, where Marx was living at the time and place, wasn't a hard drug really necessarily. It was used mostly to ease pain. A sedative, yeah. The abolition of religion as the illusory happiness of the people is the demand for their real happiness. Call on them to give up their illusions about their condition is to call on them to give up a condition that requires illusions. Criticism of religion is, therefore, in embryo, the criticism of that veil of tears of which religion is the halo. Then we can take Lenin. Unity in this revolutionary struggle of the oppressed class for the creation of a paradise on earth is more important to us than unity of proletarian opinion on paradise in heaven. So any Marxist-Leninist you see that is counter to this position is making a mistake and not interpreting the works correctly. So check this out now. Look at this. North Korea's first translated Kim's words into action in 1966, when it provided Forces for National Liberation, FALN, in Venezuela with $50,000 in support of the FALN scheme to overthrow the Caracas government. The programs expanded among the Asian and African continents as well as other countries in Latin America. Pyongyang's move in this direction got a new momentum in 1972 when it established a guerrilla training camp in the vicinity of Pyongyang. Defectors from North Korea pinpointed the camp located at Hwangryangri, Pangdong-gun, South Pyongyang province. Pyongyang province, Following its data on North Korea's activities in support of terrorist groups all over the world, compiled by Nawo Press. Not even that religion should be abolished. It's that if we get rid of the suffering that what Marx was saying is if we get rid of the suffering that gives rise to the need for easing of suffering through religion or whatever, then perhaps the proletariat will overcome it. Right? It doesn't necessarily mean that it is something that I like. Even Marx, I don't think necessarily knows that religion or especially spirituality will go away, right? It could be part of the human experience. It's just the reactionary influence on it, and its influence, and that reactionary influence's ability to influence like social laws and stuff. We want to not be a thing. Yeah, religion is no different than other parts of the superstructure. And that's absolutely proved, March of the Fire Ants, right, by spirituality of First Nations before the introduction of Christianity and stuff. Or rather through reactionary forms of reactionary colonialists have done using Christianity as their scapegoat, essentially. Because even today, like I always point out for some people that think it's okay to just go after Christianity, like there's lots of native lots of native nations that are Christian, and they're not just gonna stop being Christian like overnight if they ever do. You know, in some aspects, like I know in some First Nations, it's integrated with spiritual thinking in some respects. But and that's something that again we talked about before in this. I mean, anything can be used by reactionaries, but it doesn't have a necessarily dogmatic nature. Dogmatism is like a method, right? Just like dogmatism is definitely the method that reactionary religious organizations, some reactionary aspects of religion perhaps preach, but that's part of what we want to remove from it. Again, just like media, right? Yeah. Banned legally until 1978 to do many of our ceremonies. Absolutely. But I'm just saying, like, yeah, I know, like, in the Mi'kmaq Nation, like, many, many natives, like I was saying, as we'll talk about more in this book, and as we did touch already, many, like, people are sort of have both now. Like a mixing of Christianity with traditional.
Long live the People's Revolution!
With traditional First Nation spirituality, Mi'kmaq spirituality. And many of these people, of course, are the staunchest opponents of the reactionary aspects of Christianity, the white settler colonial aspects. It's like with any other superstructure. And I argue too as well that like native spirituality is itself a way of overcoming reactionary aspects in white or in spiritualities and in religions that have been completely distorted by the current reactionary regimes, right? Like we always say, when you focus on the positive, you can get a criticism of the negative. So we can overcome the reactionary aspects of like settler colonialist and European influences, reactionary influences on religion by looking at like native religion, native spirituality. Exactly, applesauce. Or they're all different things. And just like how when we have our own socialist state, no problem, Bob Forte. When we get our own, when we have a socialist state, of course, we know like we're going to be building our own radio, our own media networks, right? Well, the same applies. Like religion, the proletariat is the one who's in control of socialist society. The proletariat is the one who decides everything. So as they rid and so what we need to do is restrict certain religious things, like what DPRK does, like not allow religion into schools or to replace the mandatory school curriculum, which you want to have like ideological communist education or to have a socialist state, right? But we can also think that in that kind of state that non-reactionary forms of spirituality would transform as well, not necessarily just here altogether. It's hard to say. Communist revolution, like the building of communist society itself, is something that takes so many generations that we can't hope to have a completely accurate view of what conditions will be like other than like certain generalized predictions and suppositions and like how to build it, because socialist society is simply the lower stage of communism. We understand how to get there because we understand how to keep the revolution going, which is the proletariat being in control of everything, especially the state. That's basically what all theory has, all communist theory until now has risen to explain: how to take state power and how to keep state power. no matter which country you're looking at. Anyway, to continue on this, here's that South Korean publication talking about all the places. Remember, we hear about DPRK being called the Kermit Kingdom. Well, here's all the places where DPRK has given national aid movements help, actual like material funding and aid. And of course, this is from a South Korean publication trying to slander it, but just listen to this. Financed the People's Liberation Army in Argentina with, can't see the first number, maybe 595,000 in 1971-72. Helped establish a guerrilla base at Stata in December 1973 and trained a cadre of 30 to 40 Argentine guerrillas. Extended $1 million. Oh, thank you. Extended $1,600,000 in aid to the Revolutionary People's Army of Argentina, the Fatherland Safeguarding Movement of Paraguay, and the Latin America, a radical leftist group, in October 1977. Bolivia gave $280,000 to leftists from 1965 to 1973 to aid their anti-government activities. Brazil helped establish a guerrilla base in November 1970 in the vicinity of Porto Alegre, trained 16 guerrillas, and provided the guerrilla organizations with $50,000 for arms purchase. In Chile, a North Korean agent named Kim Chang-bok was deported by the military government in June 1973 on charges of helping an anti-government guerrilla group called Leftist Revolutionary Chile. Supplied rifles and other military equipment to communist-oriented leftists in November 1975. A delegation of the Chilean Leftist Revolutionary Movement's Central Committee, led by its General Secretary, Idris Pakistal Allende, visited Pyongyang in November 1976. Costa Rica. 4 North Korean diplomats were arrested on suspicion of instigating anti-government student demonstrations in May 1975. 4 were Kim Tong-un, Cha Pyong-gung, Pak Hee-bo, and Kim Hee-sun. Guatemala trained over 100 members of the Guatemalan People's Liberation Army in North Korea. Guyana. In a guerrilla camp in Guyana, about 800 guerrillas were trained by North Korean Communist, Chinese, Cuban, and Palestinian instructors in October 1976. Mexico trained 50 members of the Movement for the Revolutionary Action in North Korea for 6 to 13 months in 1971. North Koreans were found working in MRA in December 1973. Right? They have one of the coolest resumes on internationalism. Seriously, they literally put in a... I always say, we always hear about Cuba, which is great. Yes, celebrate Cuba, but let's also talk about what DPRK does as well, please. Paraguay gave $180,000 to Rajas for its anti-government activities in 1965-1973. Peru. 20 Peruvian women were trained within the compound of the North Korean Trade Mission in Peru in anti-government subversive activities in April 1977. A considerable number of Peruvian students were trained in guerrilla warfare in Pyongyang in early 1977. During the July 1977 general strike in Peru, North Koreans provided military training to members of an anti-government organization.
Yeah. See ya.
At a guerrilla base near Lima. North Korea furnished booklets on revolution and guerrilla warfare to the Black Panthers, comprising over 1,200 black people and 66 units, and other leftist organizations in the United States in June 1971. With the U.S. bicentennial in mind, North Korea invited the Chicago district leader to the Puerto Rican Socialist Party, Juan Menendez, to visit Pyongyang and assured him of North Korean support in a joint communique in June 1975. God damn, that's based. Uruguay financed a leftist group of the Socialist Party with $343,000 in 1965-73. Venezuela provided the Forces for National Liberation with $50,000 and supported their guerrilla activities in mountainous areas in 1966. Algeria had a major training ground for Palestinian guerrillas. Communist, Chinese, and North Korean instructors trained Algerian guerrillas in 1976. Chad trained members of the insurgent army, includes its leader al-Basaddiq in October 1969. Palestine, Arab guerrillas, quote unquote, gave 3 to 5 months training courses to 30 to 40 guerrillas from Palestine, Zaire, Angola, and Mexico at the guerrilla training camp in North Korea from January 1972 to January 1976. Can I please go to the guerrilla training camp? Let's go. Who wants to go to the guerrilla training camp? Provided Arab terrorists with weapons and trained 30 PLO guerrillas in North Korea in August 1972. $70 to 80 North Korean instructors trained Palestinian guerrillas in 1973. 12 Palestinian guerrillas of Hadawami PDF ELP underwent a once-a-year course of military training in North Korea in September 1975. The training was completed 3 months later. A one-year course, sorry. Rhodesia sent military advisory groups to train black guerrillas in November 1976. Somalia. From January to July 1976, 5 guerrilla groups with 100 to 150 in each group were trained in North Korea. This is what I'm saying, Falcon. Nobody understands how much aid that DPRK is actually giving to liberation movements around the world. And this is 1970s, okay? They still are doing this. Again, I mentioned Burkina Faso in 2016. Yemen, even more recently than that, they were giving liberation aid to Yemen in their fight against Saudi Arabian invasion. Sri Lanka. All 18 North Korean diplomats in Colombo were ousted for giving financial support to the People's Liberation Front, which tried to topple the government in April 1971. Thailand gave guerrilla training to 25 members of the Thai Communist Party in North Korea in February 1976. Northern Ireland announced its support for and furnished Marxist training to the rebel Irish Republican Army in May 1972. West Germany, the Baader Meinhof Gang, a West German terrorist organization, requested North Korean military training as well as a political cooperation. The group asked Kim Il-sung to supply it with automatic rifles and military training. DPRK has a fucking based ass international line. Okay? Don't let anyone tell you that DPRK is not internationalist. Simply not true. They carry this shit on today. That's why my comrade from DPRK exclaimed, DPRK is the only country in the world that is not opportunistic and strictly abides by the internationalism. Tremendously proud of DPRK and that DPRK is my fatherland. Land back everywhere, comrades. Militant struggle, land back. There is no such thing as a two-state solution. And I'm sure you all saw this. Israel is now flattening entire high-rise residential buildings in central Gaza that have zero security value. So much learned about DPRK for real? Well, you're in the right place, comrade. These so-called power targets and these are called power targets. Bombing them is aimed purely at terrorizing, intimidating, and collectively punishing the Gazan population. And we have this one. There are decades where nothing happened, and there are weeks where decades happen. You want a link to that, Lennon? Like, how will this move by Hamas be perceived? I don't think it matters. It doesn't matter how it's perceived. I think most of the world, as we see, is standing in solidarity with it, as I just got finished showing in the news. I think at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. You have to fight for your liberation. Either you die fighting or you just die. That's your choices. Right? When you're faced with genocidal settler colonialism, that's the only two choices you can make. Either choose to just lay there and die or die fighting. And that's why DPRK during the arduous march, that's why they had the choice. It was either go back to being subjugated by imperialists, or do they go on and try and be independent and build their economy despite the difficulties and the sanctions, knowing regardless of whatever the US slanders it with.
This is
Okay. Okay, before we get back into the politics, okay, cool, Bob. Before we get back into the politics, we're going to do a quick little meme break, okay? A little meme break for a second. Yeah, absolutely. The libs are hand-wringing, saying shit like the world is turning against the cause. What they mean is the West is turning up their cruelty and racism. The worldwide populations don't see it that way. 100%. What? Dear God. By the way, if you are enjoying this stream, consider hitting one of those subscriber buttons, the gift subbies, the biddies. You know, it keeps me fed and my family fed and keeps me going.
Came the cries from the comrades grand. The reply from the capitalist ministers. No peace, no bread, no land.
Hey, this guy's a commie! Commie! Traitor to our country!
Oh shit! Thank you, Bop. You didn't. There's never any pressure when I say that, of course. It's only if you can afford to do it, of course. Oh. Thank you, GMO. I appreciate that. Yeah, never any pressure. It's just, you know, it does help me feed my family. So, just in case anyone's watching that can't afford it and is feeling generous, that's why I just mentioned it. That's all. Never any pressure on any comrades ever. Ever. Please, don't ever feel that way. Just sometimes you never know who might be listening.
The grand marches began. They were peaceful demonstrations for every
Appreciate it, Bob. Very much.
Man. The crowds were mown down with machine guns, Bolshevik offices overthrown, and fear welled up in the people's hearts. The seeds of revolution were sown. All power to the Soviets, the Communist Party strong. All power to the Soviets. The revolution will right the wrongs. On the 10th of October, the Bolshevik Central Committee announced an armed uprising to spread from city to city. On the 25th of October, the Bolsheviks took control of the Central Executive Committee of the Communist Party Soul.
I'm definitely liking it.
On the same day, the Winter Palace was surrounded by a ring of steel. The time for talking was over. The revolution began with zeal. The provisional government was deposed, and the communist took a hold. But in the following year,
I definitely see why, Bob. Yes. I'm just like entranced by the lyrics.
Communist Party strong. All power to the Soviets. The revolution will right the wrongs. All power to the Soviets. The Communist Party strong. All power to the Soviets. The revolution will right the wrongs. Only under the iron leadership of the Communist Party can the victory of the masses be secured.
Absolutely agree, Magoki. Man, they broke up before they did a part 2? That's tragic. Interesting. Okay, now, before we get back into the news, I just want to take a little break. Okay, and we'll do just a little bit of MEMEAGE. Okay? Just step back for a second. A little bit of MEMEAGE, and then we'll come back and do the long talk by Red Nation. Is what we got today on the docket.
What's the problem this time, boys?
Captain Shitacular is raising shit in Sunnyvale again. Look what we got, Randy. Shitstorm troopers. You idiots have loaded up a hair-trigger, double-barrel shit machine gun, and the barrel's pointed straight at your own heads.
So, like the barrel of the gun's bent backwards?
Let's go, Randy. These boys want to play hardball. We can play hardball, too. Those two shit rats just pissed on $40 worth of eclairs at the bake sale. Randy, did you see that? Goddamn shit apple driving a shitmobile. What kind of a father lets his daughter do that? When a shit apple falls from a tree and grows up in a field of shit, it doesn't have any choice, just like Trinity. She's gonna grow up to be a shit apple tree, just like her father. Have fun in jail, Rick.
Randy just doesn't understand. I mean, I love him dearly, but I hate Ricky more. I just don't want to have to put up with that prick for the rest of my life. You know, he grew up as a little shit spark from the old shit flint, and then he turned into a shit bonfire, and then driven by the winds of his monumental ignorance, he turned into a raging shit firestorm. If I get to be married to Barb, I'll have total control of Sunnyvale, and then I can unleash a tsunami tidal wave that'll engulf Ricky and extinguish his shit flames forever.
Well, they can't worry about that applesauce. Again, I
He'll
just
drown in
said,
the
like, their
undershit of that
choice is
wave.
either if they fight and die,
Shit
or
waves.
they just
Randy,
die.
the shit pool is getting full. We better strain it.
They can't
before it
worry about what
overflows and
some
causes
fucking
a shit
people
strike
across the
that
world are
covers
gonna
this
think
entire
about them,
community.
really.
I will not have a Pompeian catastrophe
The U.S. is
happening
pumping
in
billions
Sunnyvale.
of dollars in military aid into there already. The
Randy,
genocide is going to
Mr.
continue
Stupid didn't even hide
irregardless.
the evidence, Randy. Get your shit basket out. We're about to start harvesting.
The old shit liner's coming to port. I'll be there to tie her up. We're about to sail into a shit typhoon, Randy, so we better haul in the jib before it gets covered with shit.
Public idiot number one is going one step too far. We're in the eye of a shitacane here, Julian. Ricky is a low
The eye of a
shit system.
shitacane.
He's about to enter the shit tornado to Oz.
What makes Sam Dorothy? Right, Mr. Leahy?
Right, Randy. Feel that?
Feel what, Mr. Leahy?
It's the emote.
The way the shit clings to the air, Randy.
Shit clings to the air?
It's already started, my dear good friend.
What started, Mr. Leahy?
I want to see those Leahy emotes.
The shit blizzard. Halloween, 1977, Jules. You remember, don't you, Bubbles?
There we go.
What's at work here? It's shit tectonics. When two shit plates strike and come together under incredible pressure, what happens, Bubbles?
What, Mr. Leahy?
Shit quake.
Shit quake.
Listen, what we have here, Jim, is a shit wolf. Do you know what a shit wolf is?
Hi, Glad. Hey,
you never seem to
comrade.
have that crucial little thing called evidence. But each time you cry shit wolf, and each time I come running. No more, Jim. Never again. Now, I want you to tell me what the moral of the story is.
George.
No. Say it, Jim. Say it.
Never cry, shit wolf. Birds of a shit feather flock together, Randy. But I got a feeling Ray is going to be the first to fall. You don't cross my shit line, I don't cross your shit line. But when he told everybody that I was drinking again, he crossed the goddamn shit line.
Back from Jumbo, Mr. Leahy. Is that the video game? What do you need it for anyway?
No worries, Glad. No
Key to
worries.
Shitty City, Randy, and Julian is a muscular mare.
What are you doing, Mr. Leahy?
Shit
They
moss,
can't
Randy.
wait around
Shit
for.
moss.
They can't
Shit
wait around with
moss.
stoicism.
They started off as
Applesauce, or I disagree
tiny
with that.
little shit larvae,
They absolutely
Randy.
cannot wait
And then
around
they
with
grew
stoicism.
into shit-a-pillars. A
They either
pandemic,
die or
a
they fight.
shit-a-pillars.
Like the
Everywhere you
genocide.
look, Randy,
Genocide
shit-a-pillars.
continues
They almost
against
threw
them.
me over the goddamn edge, boy. I tried to exterminate them. I tried to put an end to the shit-a-pillars life cycle, but I failed. And now,
Hi, ICB. The shit of
moths, Randy. Every fucking one of them shit moths. When you keep getting pelted with shit balls, deputy, you gotta get a shit bat.
He who looks into the abyss realizes that there's nothing looking back at him. And the only thing he sees is his own character, Ricky. You understand, bud? The abyss. The shit abyss.
It looks like a bunch of drunks playing with shopping carts, Mr. Leahy.
Shit flowers, Randy.
Maybe they're turned a new leaf ever since
Yeah,
they saw how you took
absolutely
care of Ray
agree,
and
Bob.
J-Rock.
From a distance, they look like ordinary flowers, Randy. But when you get right down, stick your nose in, you realize they're shit flowers, and there's a whole fucking bouquet there right in front of Ray's trailer. I said it before, and I'll say it again. When you plant shit
I
seeds,
can hear
you
that
get
one again.
That shit we shopping carts, Mr. Leahy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Blatt. Like, you can't have more patience. These people are literally facing an ongoing genocide, right? And I went over the number of prisoners, the amount of people killed. They can't wait. Yeah, nobody can wait. When you're under genocide, there's no waiting. It's a constant fight. The fight never ends. Okay. I mean, I don't want to get into a big debate about it because the position on this channel is that. And if you disagree, that's fine. Just there's no point in debating about it. Do you think there's untapped potential among young Westerners for Palestine who may be the only allies? Well, who cares? They don't need honestly, they're going to liberate themselves. And they have enough allies in the global south that they don't need allies they don't need Western allies, quite frankly. And I've seen huge numbers of people already out in the street supporting New York, etc. I do not agree with you on that point. And I don't think anyone else here would. Like myself, like, I read Fanon. I'm an anti-colonial Marxist, and you cannot wait for, I mean, that's the whole lesson of DPRK's revolution. You can't wait for the approval or the agreement of others to make your own revolution. Just, you have to make a revolution. It's a do or die struggle. So that's me. If you disagree with me, that's fine. Just understand that I don't want to get into a big debate on chat about whether or not it should be, whether or not they should have done this or whether they should have waited, because that's not the position I'm trying to foster around here. I'm trying to foster unwavering support for anti-colonial people fighting for their right to existence. Not even right to freedom, their right to existence. From river to the sea by any means necessary. By 100% BB. Exactly. Well, yeah, pragmatism. What do you mean? It's not a moral argument. It's a life or death argument. How is that How is that moral argument? When you're facing a fucking genocide, it's not a matter of morals. It's a matter of preserving your fucking existence. It's not an argument. It's they have done what they felt they need to do. Now either stand behind them or support them, or fucking don't, and belittle what they feel they need to do to survive. Again, it's genocide. Fighting a back genocide is always justified. And I would say that you're underestimating the support that the Palestinian cause has, not just in the West, but in the rest of the world. Like, just because a bunch of fucking settler reactionary and boomer-minded fucks don't get it. I've seen huge demonstrations in New York and other places. That's my position. Again, I'm not debating you on this. We were trying to enjoy a little break with the memes, you know? This isn't a debate channel. There's lots of other debate channels. We're here to foster militant support for decolonization, and in this instance that includes, and always does include, unwavering support for Palestinian resistance in whatever form that has to take. Not Palestine who chose this path. It is the Zionists who did.
Shit flowers, Randy.
Maybe they're turned a new leaf ever since they saw how you took care of Ray and J-Rock.
From a distance, they look like ordinary flowers, Randy. But when you get right down, stick your nose in, you realize they're shit flowers, and there's a whole fucking bouquet there right in front of Ray's trailer. I said it before, and I'll say it again. When you plant shit seeds, you get...
Shit weeds.
Shit weeds, right, Randy? Instead of working against all the horse shit that goes on in this park, I'm gonna encourage it. And then I'm gonna let those little shitty sit board members and their sexy Mayor Julian destroy themselves. Destroy themselves, Randy. Destroy.
Why'd you let them go, Mr. Leahy?
Because they're my little shit puppets, Randy, performing in our shit play. I got $100 here for groceries. I got $1,400 here for liquor. And I got $6,000 for you to go and bail out a couple of shit puppets. We may need a few more shit puppets for our play, Randy, and they gotta be angry shit puppets, and you gotta make them angry. You say whatever it takes to get them angry, but they're not angry at us, Randy. Shit puppets are supposed to be angry at other shit puppets.
Cops and dope don't mix, do they, Mr. Leahy?
Like shit and strawberry
shortcake, the same position,
Randy.
Bob.
Randy, sometimes it's a lot better to watch a shit tree grow than to try to shake the shit fruit out of it. The liquor makes me see it clearly, Randy. Julian's the leader. All he needs to do is be pointed in a certain direction. He'll go there. He'll go right into my shit snare, Randy. You know what a shit barometer is, Bob?
Oh?
Measures the shit pressure in the air. You can feel it. Listen, Bobs, hear that? The sounds of the whispering winds of shit.
What the fuck are you going on about?
Can you hear it?
No, I don't hear anything.
Oh, but you will, my sorry little friend, when the old shit barometer rises, and you'll feel it too. Your ears will implode from the shit pressure. You were warned, Bubs. But you picked the wrong side. Beware, my friend. Shit winds are a-coming. Julian, I'm collecting paperwork, and when I get enough, I can evict anyone from this park. You, Ricky, even little Bubbles here. And you know
Even
why?
little Bubbles.
Because you all signed on the dotted line. I'm watching you, Julian, like a shithawk. Like a shithawk.
Like a shithawk.
You know what a shit rope is, Julian? It's a rope covered with shit that criminals try to hold on to. You see, the shit kind of acts like grease. The harder you try to climb up, the tighter you try to hold on, the faster you slide down the rope, Julian. Time to put on the gloves, boys. We got 2 shiny shit badges to get rid of. Ahoy, shit liner! Shit liner's finally come to port, boys, and guess who's here to tie her up?
I know shit about you, you know shit about me. That makes us shit brothers. Come on, we're shit brothers.
Shit brothers. You're missing out, Bob. We'll have to watch it in Discord someday, maybe.
I'm Joni Ernst. I grew up castrating hogs on
Oh,
an Iowa farm.
American politics.
Are
No.
you a gang rapist?
So we're doing a thing here. Because I don't follow mainstream bourgeois American politics, I have no idea what's going on in mainstream bourgeois American politics. So with that in mind, we're watching American Politics No Context.
I'm Joni Ernst. I grew up castrating hogs on an Iowa farm.
Are you a gang rapist?
No. Which had previously brought a challenge in federal court to the legality of the authorization to target al-Awlaki in Yemen.
Listen up right here. There's a new name on the ballot for the Senate this year. My name is Linda Paul, Republican and awesome. Love God and family and the Constitution.
The wind that is blowing through the black people, through the white people, through the Chinese people, through the Mexican Americans, to the people that built this building with their bare hands to raise up this nation. Have you been a good little Nazi? Hail Fauci! Hail Fauci! Hail Fauci! Hail Fauci!
I would not like them here or there. I would not like them anywhere. I do not like green eggs and ham. I do not like them. Sam, I am.
What the fuck?
That have marked the history of this city. America missed me.
What the fuck was that about? America's
But when this
fucked.
rifle is the only thing standing between your family and a dozen angry Democrats in Klan hoods, you just might need that semi-automatic and all 30 rounds.
That was the best one yet.
Don't sit yet. You're gonna like this.
What the hell?
That's a full-service presidential candidate.
Go back to the other one.
The president votes in the affirmative. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination under the previous.
Hey, Cosmic Crown, thank you. Thank you. What?
That's a full-service presidential candidate.
The vice president votes in the affirmative. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination under the previous.
What do you want as a sound clip? Oh, before that? Okay, wait. This, what? Oh, try.
Don't sit yet. You're gonna like this.
That's a full-service presidential candidate.
The vice president votes in the affirmative. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination under the previous.
Because of the abuse that he was enduring in this.
Here's the link.
Then why did you stay in Mexico?
You need to leave. That is disgusting.
Oh, I see what Red wants to see again.
That I was a little girl, but
Red is talking about this political ad.
But when this rifle is the only thing standing between your family,
follow Lennon, by the way,
and a dozen angry Democrats in Klan hoods, you just might need that semi-automatic in all 30 rounds.
Don't sit yet. You're gonna like this.
As a full-service presidential candidate.
The Vice President votes in the affirmative. The motion is agreed to.
Oh yeah, Blatt. Marx was right
Report
for
the
sure.
nomination under the previous.
Because of the abuse that he was enduring in this school system. Then why did you stay in Mexico?
you need to leave. That is disgusting. That I was a little girl before you ain't seen. No, I'm not upset.
Obviously
I'm just
you
letting
are,
you know
because
right
you
now
just told
that I
me
will fuck you up and the dick you wrote.
Come on.
Wait a minute. No, I'm not gonna watch my language.
You need to.
You need to.
You have threatened
going to
me.
jail over you.
You have threatened me. That's jail. That's jail.
Go ahead. It's not like I ain't been there before. Don't fucking tell me what to do. I'm fucking tired of this bullshit.
You threatened me.
Go file a complaint like you normally do.
Oh my God.
I don't care.
Bernie Sanders of the state of Vermont has received 1 vote. Faith Spotted Eagle of the state of South Dakota has received 1 vote. The state
a domestic agenda, we'd be able to attack this very bad disease that's attacking us.
Contact my office. I'll give you a copy. I'll give you a copy of the proposal.
Her leg's tired.
No step too high for a high stepper.
Yes, ma'am.
That's right. What does that mean anyway?
I don't know, but I like it.
No, when I think this is now the joke that stupid people laugh at. It's a joke that any dumb person can laugh at because they think they're smarter. They could prove they're smarter than the president, like the people who make booing and mooing noises in your audience.
But
I fucking hate Hitchens.
But sometimes it's
none of whom are smarter than the president.
But sometimes.
Hi, Cinnamon Challenge. Welcome, comrade. Yeah, Hassan said, well, he said that, I think. I don't quite remember when.
Lovely, are you okay?
We're all smarter than the president. Oh my God, buddy. Dear Lord. Yeah. What? How did he even manage to do that?
Are you okay, Owen?
Oh!
God.
Crap, you come
That's
fast,
not how you
bro.
make that, or you gotta let go before you get to the end or something. Oh, shit! It's wet. Visibly wet out.
Oh,
yeah, it's planning on knowing at the end. You either
Walk to
gotta
the
bail out
car.
or that happened. Oh, shit! Oh my God! What a piece of shit was that? And I'm guessing it's slightly wet or something there. Oh, fuck.
Oh, damn it! Why don't you just make me go faster even yet?
Oh
what are you doing?
What are you doing? She goes so insane.
Yeah, somebody else is at home.
What are you doing? Oh, I'm just fucking playing around. Yeah, look what you made me do. They scared that
went
kid.
to Costco.
That kid was
get a
completely
pizza.
fine until they both screamed.
I think it's ready.
How the fuck did you do that to your pizza? Did you put a... Wait. You must have put raw pizza dough in the oven, like on the rack, right? Like that only works with like a frozen pizza. You gotta have like... You gotta have something to put the pizza on.
I think it's ready.
Yeah, same. It's like, what does it do for you? Oh, if you put a thawed frozen pizza, it does that? Okay.
I'm not quite sure why I'm here or what I'm doing.
What the hell, buddy?
Maddie.
Somebody let him know.
Oh my goodness. What are you gonna do?
Mom. Oh, it's so cute.
They like live on a farm.
I don't have food.
Yeah, then his spices keep frozen until cooking on the box pop. That's true. People do not like to read the box.
Cheers. Helemaal, hè? Ja. Helemaal.
Oh my god.
Move! Fucking hilarious. Her reaction when she put it in her mouth was too funny.
Cheers. Helemaal, hè? Ja. Helemaal.
Oh my god.
Shit.
You move. Nah.
I don't understand what it even was. Fucking dog. Drunk as a skunk. Oh, God. That's gonna hurt in the morning. That is not gonna feel good in the next day. Oh my God. Hold it up.
One more time.
Oh my God, buddy. Wow. Unfortunate. Not getting that back.
Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Ready?
He's gonna throw us off.
Such a good idea.
Almost.
Wolff, did you see how macho that guy was? Hey, it's a beard bro. Oh, God. That could have hurt the back. Lucky that didn't hurt the back.
Whoa! Oh,
Yeah, weird ass domination over your whole family fetish. That's what I was thinking too. Did you see what this guy just did? Look at this guy.
Oh no.
Oh!
Go get him.
The old gravity. You get so drunk the gravity gets too strong. Right? God damn. Oh my god, look how it gets, I guess. What the fuck, lady? Just like... Oh fuck, the lady just fucking... The lady fucking just... Oh god. Oh my god. That's too fucking funny. That woman just totally...
Steven and Dom have become the most unqualified babysitters in the history of
just unapologetically plows over this little girl. Like, I get luck out and all, but when you're doing it across the entire stretch of the beach, what do you do? We're getting hit with these more now.
Steven and Dom have become the most unqualified babysitters in the history of babysitting. What do you have to say about that,
guys? Like a toddler.
And he fell. That's Steven, what do you have to say about that? This is your family.
Don't be like him.
Okay, my wife forgot to plug in the crock pot, and my son very specifically suggested that we neglect to tell her, so when she finds out, we can just say, oh, let's order pizza instead.
Sounds like a good plan to me. Why not? Hey, Kay, how's it going? Get a shout out for Kay if we can. Hi, Ty. Want to say hi to everybody? Perfect timing, honey. I'm great, Kay. Okay, this is like just for last gags. This is funny. Alright, I'll get her. I'll get Kay started in just a minute. People think they're tricking them into taking their pictures on it like it's the office. Yeah. god. Oh my god. What the fuck? That's what they decided to do for a prank. What the hell? Just for laughs? French people are fucked up. French people are fucked. This isn't France, pup. This is Quebec. Even worse. This is fucking Quebec, Canada. What are you guys doing here? Fuck you, everything that France did, exactly. What the hell? This fucking You're like, can we give someone a heart attack? What the hell? Fuck. Oh god. Of course, I gotta. Well, that's how many people they pranked with it, but they're just pranking random people on the street with this, and this is on national television in Canada. They're also Canadian, Bob. But yeah, it's like Practical Jokers, just more complex, like, jokes that they play, but they're playing the jokes on the random people, right? It's sort of like a candid camera thing, almost, but they're playing, like, these elaborate pranks. I think they're usually in Toronto, if I'm not mistaken. I also support this prank too. Give that lady a flamethrower. Hey, Steely Dan Halen, welcome in, comrade. This cat is being ridiculous. Frank up here. Kind of seems like he's consenting, though. Kind of looks like he's consenting me. That was good. Hey, Mama Media. Gotta get a shout out to a couple comrades here. First, let's get Kay. I didn't make it because I had a kitty in my arms. Everybody follow Kay. How do you say? Fantastic reads on that screen. Highly recommended. We're gonna show it for Mama and Media once the timer's up for that. I think it's only a minute once Case is done. Whoa, thank you very much, Left Flank Vets, for the raid. Thank you. Welcome in, comrades. Chris the Nerd. Hey, welcome. Good to see you here. Red Wizard, Salty Commie. Welcome in, comrades. Welcome in. We're just, of course, we've been talking a lot about Israel today and Palestine and the resistance against the settler occupation and genocide, which we are going to get back to here in just a few moments. Right now, we are just taking a break and looking at some MEMEAGE, some funny stuff. So we're going to finish this up. We got like a couple cute cat videos, and then we're going to go on back to the Palestine coverage that I have is actually from the Red Nation, which is an indigenous media network. Highly recommended. So yeah, we're going to watch that today. Welcome in, Raiders. Get comfortable. First, we got a funny video here, and we got one silly cat video. Caught us right in the middle of silly cat time. We love our kitties on this channel. Hope you all are well. Hey, Brittany. Welcome in. Thank you all for the follows, by the way. I don't shout out follows in particular, just because being autistic myself, it always makes me feel a little strange. So I just don't want to put anyone on the spot. But when you chat, I'll call you out. Thanks for the follows, comrades, and thanks for the raid. Very much appreciate that. Hey, Anarchist Tech Support, welcome. No problem, Chris the Nerd. Glad to see you all. Get comfortable. So, what we're watching right now is from like something that comes on Canadian TV, and it's like pranks that they play on people, like very elaborate, candid camera style pranks. It's pretty funny. Hey, time for WizBiz. Welcome, comrade. Welcome. And yeah, if you're not familiar with me, hey, Wilco. If you're not familiar with me, I'm Larry, or Shane or Juche Gang, you can find my socials right here. Red Nation is doing a live on Palestine today at 2. Oh, interesting. CST. What is CST? I'll have to look that up. Here you can find all my links, though. Twitters and whatnot. I do a little bit of helping out here at Iskra
The
Books
revolution
as well.
that feeds the children gets my support.
To say that socialism doesn't work is to overlook the fact that it did work, and it worked for hundreds of millions of people.
Long live the People's Revolution! I'll have to look up what the difference in that time is. Yeah, do a little helping out here at Iskra Books and Peaceland Bread, so, you know, if you want some free works to check out.
Let's go, Smokes. Let's go, Smokes.
It's right there in my socials links. All of these have free PDFs for anyone who wants one, of course. And I also help out here at Chunkaluda. So, Chunkaluda. How many smokes? Two, you want me to go? I'll go 2 at once. All of them, Lennon. Yeah. So at Chunkaluda here, we're building our own, of course, native organization of mutual aid. And 11:44 a.m. Eastern. Okay. Yes. Whoa. Wait. Okay, hold on. I'm confused by that then. Yeah, so we're building a First Nations organization of mutual aid and just dual power in general. And so, like, we have the Red Road construction drive here, where we are raising money for the construction drive of roads and wheelchair ramp. And we have a bunch more stuff that's always going on, so I encourage you all to follow, like, the Twitter, Chunkaluda. And soon coming up to the channel, we're going to have the founder of Chunkaluda come on probably once a week or every 2 weeks and give a talk. If you're not familiar, Chunkaluda also does Mark's Madness as well, the founder, so good to have him on. Scheduled to start 2 hours and 14 minutes from now. Okay, interesting. Okay, well, let's finish the rest of this. And then... because then we're pretty much on this other Red Nation talk right here. Oh, you were giving me an example. That's why I was like trying to read the thing, Wilco, and I was like, wait a second. 11:44 a.m., but that's in the past. My gears were grinding. I was like, wait, so it already happened, or? Holy crap. That really confused me, Wilco. Good job. Okay, we all have those days. I have those days every day. Yeah, so we got a silly cat video after this. It takes a whole chat to figure out the time difference. Yeah, I mean, at least we work together, and now you know why collective action is so important, comrades. You've seen it put into practice. Right, let's check out this. Hey, Lost Sue. FGLSC, comrade, welcome in. It does take a village. Okay, silly cat video, and then we're back to the serious stuff.
Wake up, guys.
Yeah, that's why we need that one collective brain cell called human consciousness. That's why we need to live in a society, Wilco.
Cat's reaction speed is just incredible.
Get a shout out for Lost Sue here. We love kitties.
Having a
Puppies
twin
too.
sibling
Puppers
is
are
one of a
pretty good
kind
too.
experience.
Also, make sure you follow Lasso. I love how it just laid down like it didn't do anything.
If you're having a tedious day, this is what you should do.
I don't use laser pointers on my cat, to be honest. I've seen too many cats like try and look for them after the laser
Way
pointer
to
goes
start
out,
a fight.
Yes, I don't like the way some of them continue to look for it.
Curiosity
Yeah, it bothers
always
me.
brings cats
It's
lots
like
of trouble.
They get
But
obsessive
still,
looking
they're
for it
pretty
when it's
into
not
it.
there. I'd rather just like have a string that they play with. Yeah.
It's hard to guess what's happening inside Cat's head.
Yeah, you gotta have something for them. Yeah, if you pair it with something for them to tangibly get at the end. Yeah. And I've seen people's cats who do, right? What is this cat
Remember
doing?
what I am doing, Dad? Calling an electrician is a waste.
What the fuck? The cat was getting too smart, chat.
Turns out not only humans are afraid of boring office work.
Oh my god, this cat.
Can they stop being a comedian?
Oh my god! What the fuck? Why was this bed like that? Your cat needs to die.
You know, love is so hard to be stopped.
Oh my god. This poof.
Cats' creativity becomes amazing when they're bored.
Yes, it does. Look at the others.
When it says that cup is the one, it better be.
Oh shit, that could be an emote. That could be the new hype
As you
emote.
see, Cat's stubbornness isn't something that can be estimated. Maybe the easy life makes him go on difficult paths.
No! I wanted this way.
Over here. Literally. No. Well, I guess we live there now.
Oh shit.
Can
Oh
you
shit,
guys do
Lennon,
this
you
at
have
home?
you have one of the soda emotes. You have a 1000 bit tier soda emote. We are cat commies, I guess. Yep.
So this is how a lovesick cat looks like.
Cat's licking pits. This guy does. This guy will lick your pits.
Laziness is the
Every
beginning
time.
of many wonderful ideas. For example, this vehicle.
For sure, Lennon.
Between twins, this happens day and night.
Oh, you're gonna get into the cat mines? Oh shit.
Such a creative form of home, but it needs more room, or else. It's good to have someone appeasing whenever
He's
you're
making
sad.
eating the fur of the other cat is great. Yeah, back rubs. That
When
was
you
a
ask
good
me how
looking
much
back
is
rub
too
bump.
much caffeine,
Wasn't it?
it's this.
I could go for one of those right now, to be quite honest with you. That's great.
Bro better check its own system. It's a big lag.
Oh my goodness.
Let's test my new superpower. Yes, I'm
Nice.
Super Cat now.
Good going.
This guy's speed could surprise you
Ooh,
a
he's-
lot as
he's
you
a
can't
mean fella.
calculate its moves.
Не хочу умерти.
When a melody lives in your mind.
Look at this guy. What? Come back up.
His parkour skill is truly out of this world. Cats when taking care of their child. She's pretty low, but her IQ definitely isn't.
That was mom opening the front door, guy. He's like, I want to go see.
When a showy girl just gets a new luxury item.
Bob, same here.
Sometimes in life,
Have that
you must be the one
yep.
who create your own happiness, though being alone.
Oh. Ow.
A bad teamwork is even worse than doing alone.
Cat.
Hands up if you've ever been sleepy after eating the lunch.
The cat's laying. That's not even sleepy. It's laying in water, drinking. That's even
At
better.
last, the thing making us wonder the most is memories. The safest house on the street.
Oh my god. This guy loves it.
I bet that its football spirit is raging inside.
Somebody stop your cat from doing that.
This thief is a bit too cute. Should give him more.
That's how my cat sits on everything. With her arms dangling like that all the time.
Surprising
ya. Let me
itself is
find
truly another level of senseless.
Gotta pick it first.
What is this? Isn't it supposed to be on a pen? Oh my, our comedians have been pretty tired today.
I have lots of cute
Thanks for
ones
watching
ever. I
and
can't
see
find
you
one ever
again in the
doing
next
this thing.
episode.
Okay, before we continue, I'm trying to find this picture of her. Yeah, there she goes. Here she is. Look at this. She dangles her arms like that all the time for some reason. She's got the dangliest arms. That's what I always say. It does sound like an AI reading the commentary, WizBiz. No, for real, my mom was random. Let me give you a massage person in her family. I think she was just conditioning me to do the same when she got off work because I'd always want to practice on her when she came home. Chronic back pain and all that. Yep. I feel that. And that's why every night I gotta tuck the wife in so she at least gets a back rub, Wilco. Soon to be wife, sorry. Getting married in August. Okay. Gonna go to the other thing now. First I have a song though. First. She's so cute. Look at those arms, those legs. Tell me she's not cute. You can't do it. All right, I saw this on another channel, so I wanted to check it out. Massage church. That sounds nice. Your Tabby does that?
I'm exhausted. Last night I couldn't sleep, but when I did, I could hear bombs in my
Welcome
dreams.
back,
Nightmare
Lemon.
situation. How could they be so evil, making martyrs out of children and innocent people? We expect the bombs, not knowing where next. Huddle in the corner of my room, trying to protect my little brother as the building shakes like it's possessed. But nothing stronger than the will of the oppressed. I bomb back with my lyrics and rhymes, living the times trying to break the Palestinian minds. What's hiding in the clouds hanging over my head? My dad risks his life outside to buy bread. The fourth war in my 12th year. At this stage I'm numb, though I haven't feel scared. There's nothing I can do in this case to stay safe. I'm brave, even though this house could be my grave. I want freedom for the population. 2 million prisoners living in this location, shouting at the wall, but nothing is ever changing. That's life under an occupation. I want freedom for the population. 2 million prisoners living in this location, shouting at the wall, but nothing is ever changing. That's life under an occupation. Mothers mourn, fighting with grief. White sheets covered by his dad lie on the streets. Buildings turn to ash, but my mind is made of steel. So it doesn't take much for me to heal.
10-year-old isn't just talented in speaking the truth, his voice is also deeper than mine at 4 times his age flat.
But she is still alive, but traumatized by the bombs
Incredible.
that went and dropped that night. My sister couldn't sleep, tried to stop her cries. I said it was fireworks, I was telling her lies. Where's the compassion? This is heartless. It's like they want us all living in darkness, cutting off water and electricity for hours. They're knocking towers, but that's not knocking the power that I have in my pen. When I'm writing, I'm unstoppable. The microphone is the only escape possible, cause that's the way that I can speak my mind. I wonder how does the fighter pilot sleep at night, knowing he can turn the city upside down all of a sudden, slaughtering families with the push of a button. I want freedom for the population. 2 million prisoners living in this location, shouting at the wall, but nothing is ever changing. That's life under an occupation. I want freedom for the population. 2 million prisoners living in this location, shouting at the wall, but nothing is ever changing. That's life under an occupation.
Late getting started today, but still don't know what you want to stream. Darn, mama.
We use them as...
Oh, yeah. Okay, so this is the main thing today. I'll link it in chat here before we begin. In this for you all first. This is from the Red Nation, of course.
quick question. Having all that said, because I don't want to be blabbering this whole time,
Not at all.
this particular issue is often framed as being along racial lines, right? Which really gets ridiculous. People get caught up on identity politics, right? People claim they're in favor of supporting a figure like Oñate because of quote-unquote Spanish heritage. And it's framed as an issue between like natives and Hispanos, but we know that that's not what it's about at all. This is about settler colonialism. And so I see that parallel when we're thinking about Palestine and looking at Palestine, where people try to make it a dispute between like Palestinians and Jews, for example, and we know that's not what it's about. So during this action, I attempted to deflect or redirect the conversation and be like, we're talking about settler colonialism, we're talking about people who are occupied, and we're talking about not any kind of ethnic disputes. We're talking about a settler colonial project where there is obvious systemic power imbalances. So I just wanted to kind of hear your thoughts on that and how we navigate these these narratives that really seek to undermine our movements and to derail us from, our principled fight.
That is the word, derail, right? Like, I feel like these kinds of claims are often put forth to kind of distract from the focal point at hand. It's ridiculous. And it sounds ridiculous to the average listener that there is like a dispute about some Spanish guy or that there's somebody who has grievances with Jews being in Palestine. Mm-hmm. But the reality of the matter is...
Generous LFE rate today.
It's about the land. It's about colonizers who have come over from foreign parts of the world, who have taken over our lands, who have desecrated our lands. But these kinds of distractions, like painting it as a civil dispute or as a religious conflict, and even more recently in Palestine as a real estate dispute, serve to kind of, ridicule and, like you said, undermine our struggles for liberation, undermine our struggles for, being free on our own lands. But what I find ridiculous about what you just shared is that let's assume even that this is about some Spanish guy. This is a Spanish guy with a bloody legacy, and the fact that anybody is celebrating that bloody legacy to me is bizarre, but it reveals something, right? It reveals something about the people we're dealing with today, and it reveals something about the climate we're in today. We think about colonialism as a past event, as a relic of the past, as something that we should, get reparations for, and we should get, collect apologies for. But in fact, colonialism, sentimentally and systemically, is very alive and well, be it here or be it in Palestine, and people are still, like you said, suffering the material repercussions of it to this day. So I don't want to ramble too much, but yeah, I don't think it's just a battle of representation, taking down these monuments. It's a first step, and it's a really important one.
Thank you. Yeah. Did either of you want to chime in?
Well, I think I guess what immediately is in my mind is I think it's hard, especially in this country, in the U.S., for people to grasp what settler colonialism is, and even still having the realization that it's ongoing, it's been ongoing. And when it comes to identity, it's a way for folks to fall into delusion, and to also I guess what's also just terrifying is how normal the bloody history of colonizers is in this country, and that's even harder for people to let go and realize is that's their legacy, and they benefit from it.
Being bamboozled.
And
these
when it comes to that land,
are inflating the profit margin and reducing your total number of toys.
Thank you very much, comrade. Very much appreciate the bits. Thank you. That means a ton. Very appreciated.
Here in the U.S., it's also
no worries. Thank you, Bob.
Sometimes
appreciate that.
Land theft benefits or even gets the U.S. out of
any extra goes to
a bad economy, or it somehow improves it, if that makes sense. But then again, it's like indigenous people are the expense of that, like our quality of life, and even like our history falls into that too. So I don't know, I guess that's kind of one thing I was thinking about, like just hearing you two talk. But yeah.
Absolutely. I think
before he answers that, I do also just want to mention that forgot to mention a second ago, we do have, you feel like supporting the stream, of course, you can do the subscriptions, you can do the biddies. We also have some different merch here. And if you come down to the bottom, we're going to have more as well. Any ones here that are marked Chunkaluda, the proceeds are going to be going right towards the Chunkaluda organization, which, as I mentioned earlier, is our network that we are building in order to try and improve the lives of First Nations in communities all across North America. We're starting small, but we want to build it into something huge, and we've already done a lot of good work, and we want to do a lot more. So, you can support me by buying these. If you want to have it sent right to Chunkaluda, then any of these ones here right now, what we have is these Bureau of Wasco Affairs. And they're all labeled, of course, Chunkaluda.
you know, you're right. Like colonialism is one of the most profitable enterprises in history. You know, they've built fortunes.
Right, the global system, capitalism. I mean, that's why we're socialists, right? And that's why many successful revolutions have been socialist revolutions. And so talking about like settler colonialism and the different ways it manifests, like on the way over.
The focus right now is on people fighting against settler colonialism. Again, it's not. It's like they already said at the beginning of this talk. I don't want you to derail the conversation or what we're talking about. As they said at the very beginning of this talk, it's not about Jewish versus Arab. It's not about that at all. It's about settler colonialism versus people being the victims of settler colonialism. That's it. That's the...
Palestine still have Dee and Kylie, and we were talking about how...
Have you been?
I have not.
You have to come.
I want to.
Yes.
I will eventually.
We have good food.
I hear. I think you never guys about it. That's why I try to talk about kanafa.
Okay, we have better food than kanafa.
Okay, all right. I hear you.
Yeah.
I'm here for that.
Don't believe the hype.
Yeah. All right. Right straight from your mouth. I want to take it seriously. So we were talking about how, we look at, we're like encouraged to look at settler colonialism on this one-way trajectory, right? But we know that's not always how it works. And like looking at, where the settler colonial project is at, or like how we're affected by it, like in different ways or unevenly. Justine said, like, it was really powerful to see, the way Palestinians, like, have this sense of, like, community and love for each other and working together. Whereas, like, with a lot of Native folks here, it can be very hard to get our people, to be down with our causes. And I know that that's a unique problem everywhere, right? Is, when there's a lot at risk, people don't want to risk things by,
yeah, exactly, Wilco. Material
participating in the heavier stuff.
By material conditions.
And how here, like, Native people don't recognize what's happening in Palestine as settler colonialism, right?
And the
because
material changes themselves can influence the culture
in the future, like hundreds of years kind of past the point of occupation, right? And so Native people here, it's kind of hard to get them to explain, like, this is what happened to us is what is actively happening there, right? Mm-hmm. It is the same kind of project. It's the same actors who designed these projects, and they used the war policy used against us to genocide Native people as foreign policy that's being applied elsewhere in U.S. imperialist projects. So I just kind of wanted to get into that to ask you, like, how can we, talk about these things in a way that, prompts our people to want to build those relationships and see our struggles as a mutual struggle, right?
Absolutely. I mean, I think this is like a two-way street in many ways, because I could say exactly the same thing about the Palestinian people. I think many of us recognize the parallels and recognize the similarities between our people's struggle for liberation and the indigenous struggle for liberation, but we are not really aware of the material circumstances, the specific elements, how it manifested, what policies shape it, what shaped it, and what policies continue to shape it today. And even within myself, like I recognize an illiteracy of understanding this history. You know, I know that like Mahmoud Darwish, our poet, was in conversation with a few indigenous poets, and I know that there's been like statements historically from collectives here and there, but this kind of like material analysis is absent.
Land back
and I will
everywhere,
say also like
from
it's
river to
really
sea
nice
and
to hear
from
you say that
sea
you
to
think we Palestinians can come together in community, because there is a lot of infighting, there's a lot on the line for many people, and also many people are, you know, business owners, and many people are business-minded, and there's like a class dynamic that seldom gets addressed, and people want to protect their, you know, interests, and this is constantly a battle, especially like being here in the United States, and you know, urging people to participate more courageously, because you know there are real repercussions that are harmful. There are real. You know, if you're a student, you could lose your academic prospects. If you're a professional, you could lose your career. If you support Palestine, you could be smeared left and right, and so on and so forth. But at the same time, these things, I'm afraid, do not compare to like life on the ground. And I think, you know, liberation requires these kinds of small sacrifices. You know, when I first came to this country, I had a small, this is going to sound offensive, but I promise it's not. I had a small problem with land acknowledgements, because I remember I would like sit and people would like say, you know, we're on Lenape territory, and then that's it.
Regarding what he just said in that very sentence right there, there's a popular meme for that we use around these parts. Settler politicians reciting a land acknowledgement before doing a colonialism.
There was no native person in the room. There was no connection to the indigenous struggle. It was just like kind of this ceremonial ritual that you do at the beginning of the you know, the lecture, at the beginning of the poetry reading, or the open mic, or whatever, the Friendsgiving, and then you know, it's just that there's nothing beyond it. And I think, you know, this is a little bit of our own shortcoming. Now, the question, your question, now I'm getting to it, is how can we build these bridges, or like how can we encourage people to work together? It's really hard. First of all, you know, both respective communities have a lot going on respectively, that it's really hard to look outside of their own universe. But if we can, you know, kind of show one another how our liberations hinge on each other, I think that's the key. And there's lots of ways to do it, you know, culture, literature, direct actions, and so on. But I'm certainly not an expert. And I think, you know, like coming into this podcast, I was like scrambling to read as much as I can, and I realized like my own ignorance of indigenous, not only history, but like the present day indigenous struggles that are. It
was my one critique of China that I had today, and again, I'm a militant
on,
defender of China in all aspects. I just wish that they would take that line that the PLFP and Moss has asked people to take, which is militant defense and against settler colonialism. The violence didn't start today. The violence started when settler colonialism in that region started. That's when war broke out. It didn't break out when this happened. It broke out when settlers arrived and started committing genocide.
Territory, but I can't say much more. And I think that's a problem.
Well, thank you for saying that about land acknowledgements, because you're right. And we feel the same. Don't feel guilty about having that position, because you're right.
Yeah, we hate it too.
Because it's just like it's just I don't know. I feel like if I ever go sit down in a coffee shop in Tel Aviv and some like leftist Israeli guy with a dangly earring goes, we're on indigenous land, I'm like, you should get out of my house.
Exactly.
Oh my God. Want to follow that up, Dee?
They can be leftist if they haven't left yet.
Yes! That's the name of the episode.
I saw that on a tweet. I'm sorry. I saw that.
That's what we're calling this.
Yeah.
You were talking about material conditions of like indigenous people here. Well, I mean, it's rough out here for Native people. We're constantly targeted by police. Like I think we're like number one, like racially for like police killings and
Native
police violence.
women per capita exceed
disappearances.
Police killings. Native women exceed per capita.
I knew what you meant,
at which
Wilco.
Black men are murdered in the United States.
I don't know if you even noticed it, but along Central, which is like this main road, just how much like unsheltered Native people there are, being unsheltered on your own lands. A lot of Native people are unemployed. There's no jobs back home. That's the other thing is back on the Navajo Nation, my nation. A lot of people have jobs off the reservation, and they can't come back home, or they can't like afford to live at home. And so like there's like this huge, I mean, not only that, just this recently the Supreme Court said that they're not obligated to protect Navajo Nation water rights. And so there's we're losing land, we're losing water, we're losing our people. Even just during COVID, like we were the number one like in the world for like COVID deaths like per capita. So these are just like some of the things that Native people still face today, and that is why like something like the Red Nation exists, is to like highlight these issues and to stand up for our people and to give power to our people, because
that's why we're building Chunkaluta, as I mentioned as well. Same reason. And again, we're going to have the creator of it come on as a guest once a week or every second week as well. I'm part of the media team for Chunkaluta. So, yeah.
It's such a weird phenomenon of like, all these things are happening. Like we can see it, we read about it, we observe it, we experience it, we live it. But there's like this like denial of like this is like happening. Like there's this denial that we're like slowly like succumbing to the settler project of us just totally being like eradicated, getting off our lands. But yeah.
So this was a meal. This is the meal charity is given out to elders at Pine Ridge Reservation. No, none of it's been eaten. That's that post there. That's the charity meal. Yeah. And that's why like with Chunkaluta, again, this is an org, it's an org that we're actually in the middle of trying, an org that works on Pine Ridge as well, and that we're trying to radicalize. So, and of course, what better way to radicalize people, right, than to create the mutual aid networks, which is itself creating the dual power structure. Building the mutual aid networks allows you to then better educate everyone. That's kind of the goal of Chunkaluta.
I guess like that is like why it is rough out here.
As I mentioned on actually Left Flank Vent's stream on Sunday, like in the West, I think a lot of the like communist parties, a lot of they might be able to train communist parties, unions, etc. They might be able to train and push communists towards anti-colonial struggle, and that's a great and good thing, and I applaud them for that. But at the end of the day, the really revolutionary change is going to come from mass organizations like Native organizations, like whether Red Nation or probably not one individual, but a coalition of a whole bunch, right? And that's what it's going to be. It's going to be like Chunkaluda and whoever else is meeting us along the way, and all join together, and there you go. That's how you build dual power. And the very fundamental way of doing that is first by providing people. Like, that's why our projects are building roads, building wheelchair ramps, providing food, And then that's why here I have the platform for Chunkaluda to help us bring in some more funds that way, and also, of course, myself to feed my own family a little bit better as well.
And not only just
because I have fun and
like even what happened today
and learn with
north
everybody
is like
tomorrow
even though there
we're
are
reading
people,
this.
there was like some speakers there, non-native people that were against the statue, that were against the false history that these people are
and then after that we're gonna read
are speaking about. But in the same breath, they're calling us like, hey, like we're all Americans, like,
that we're gonna
it was bad, but it wasn't like that bad, it's like that weird. They're trying to be like the middle. They're just liberals,
Yeah. And it's that failure to recognize the United States as an occupying force.
Mm-hmm.
That's what people couldn't understand.
Yeah, I did.
That we are being occupied by like a settler project.
But it's like they benefit from that refusal to recognize, right?
This is the one Lenin's talking about.
Again,
right?
these are, it's like even in Palestine, sorry, not to draw sometimes when you draw parallels, it can be empowering, but it could also be like, kind of, I don't want to disrespect the intimacy of each struggle, but I think
Send
in
it to
Palestine,
me, I think as soon as he got back or something.
The Zionist colonization crystallized kind of in 1948, but then there was another wave of occupation in 1967, and a lot of these well-meaning leftist Israelis will recognize the occupation of 67, and they will chant for a free Palestine.
Yeah,
and they just cannot fathom the idea that the Arab home they're sitting in, the Palestinian balconies from which they drink their coffees, are also stolen and colonized.
Mm-hmm.
And that's because that's where they lay their heads to sleep. That's where they make their money. And there's a lot for them on the line. There's a lot people. This is the truth. This is the truth. I think about land, land back. This is the truth about redistribution. This is the truth about liberating Palestine. When we talk about it, I go to universities all the time and I speak about this. And the first thing people ask me is, what happens to the settlers? And this is the compass of the person, right? This is the main concern of the person is that what happens to the already comfortable settler. No one ever asks what happens to the people perishing away in refugee camps, or what happens to the people who are homeless on the street. And yeah, I mean, we have to be honest about these things.
We were literally making jokes, morbid jokes before you got here. We're like, so do you mean all the land, or just
you say land back?
Yeah, that's exactly what we get. That's exactly what we get. And what's and then are you gonna demolish the settlements, or are you gonna live in, or what about the nice settlers and blah blah blah? This is the
hey Rebel, welcome, comrade.
Ridiculous.
We'll find out. We'll find out when it happens. We'll find out what happens to settlers when it happens.
Right. The fact that again, even in talk of our own liberation, settlers are still centered.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. We say from the river to the sea.
It just makes me.
We say from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, and there's this ridiculous charge
will succeed
that this is a genocidal chant that we want. Somebody invented the fact, somebody invented the story that we want to throw all the settlers into the sea, and I like to make this joke that they should learn how to swim.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Yup. That's just facts. All I heard was facts.
Same.
For real. Jeez, so I mean, talking about that's like straight raw. Like,
I don't know if you want to publish this podcast.
Oh, yeah, we are.
I mean, we always say like Santa Fe can only be cleansed by fire.
Yeah.
That's like that's like our version of that because like it's like the Pueblo Disneyland.
No, but,
and I would love to hear your perspective.
That's
We've heard
the point he's making, right?
other Palestinian comrades compare it to Jerusalem,
and
where it's like this
it's
settler
out of
city that takes on the
frustration, 'cause
aesthetics
at
and
this
the
point, settlers
architecture
just, like, will
of
say
the
it
people
no
who
matter
live
what,
there,
so we
but
might as well
they're not
just
even
joke
allowed
about
to be
it.
there,
Yeah.
Oh,
and they are
gosh,
pushed
yep.
to the fringes on their own land. Like, I mean, the Santa Fe Plaza is like just the epitome of that, right? Like it. The Santa Fe Plaza was.
And then, hey, at the end of the day, if a liberated nation did decide some sort of, I don't know who, not my decision to make, right? It's up to whatever nation feels like it has to do in order to survive and prevent the continued genocide.
You know, where Native people were lynched, where Native people were paraded through the streets, and now it's the capitalist center, right?
And they get to sell like jewelry and stuff. Yeah, it's like a symbolic reconciliation.
Sometimes marked up significantly.
I mean, if it's being sold to white people, it's fine.
One sec.
Should we get into that conversation?
Oh, no.
Wait, but I want to say something though. You know, like I think, you know, like even when we say comments like cleansed by fire or like throw them into the sea and all of these things, you know, these comments could literally end one's career.
Right.
Mark Lamont Hill said one time that Palestine should be free from the river to the sea, and he got fired from CNN. And I'm always so fascinated by this, right?
Yeah.
Right now in Palestine, there is a bulldozer demolishing a home. There is a teenager being held indefinitely without charge or trial. There are 2 million people in the Gaza Strip living besieged, without access to clean water, without right to movement. There are people right now in the Masafariyat and the South Hebron Hills who are, you know, confronting settler aggression. There are people in Jerusalem who are praying and hoping to return to their homes in Haifa. There are people in Lebanon, right? This is all happening on the ground, and yet the thing that gets attention is like us making a joke about settlers. The language with which we treat our settlers is the thing that, like, even here there is, you know, the highest rate of police brutality. There is like disappearances. There is homelessness. There is shrinking land. There's shrinking water. There's no water protection. And yet a comment like "cleansed by fire" is what could get you a headline in the you know, paper here. And that is nuts. There's like this belief and this obsession with aesthetics in this country. They have like they've told themselves a narrative, and as long as we can keep it under,
as I just said, from sea to sea and from river to sea,
wraps, then everything is okay, right? We could have homelessness and we could have police brutality and blah blah blah. We could say to each other that this is the land of the free and it's all good, and then you become public enemy number one as soon as you disrupt that narrative. And that's problematic. And I was trying to escape that conversation about the marked up jewelry, you know.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't want to have it, we don't.
No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, I don't know. Okay, so I don't know if you're aware of what we're gonna talk about. Do you want to kick it off, D?
Yes. Well, actually, I guess it kind of ties to like what we did today.
Yeah.
But man, like, I learned about this through actually Jen and like our Pueblo comrades in the Red Nation, but just like the history of like Santa Fe, the history of Indian market, was it the play that they put on
the Entrada,
and just like how violent people get about like their history of like glorifying the reoccupation of Santa Fe of New Mexico after the Pueblo Revolt. And I don't know, this gets like really deep in the rabbit hole, because then you're gonna start talking about like why Native people still continue to sell at Indian market, why they still have to like put on like this aesthetic to like please the colonizer's eye, and just like I don't know, Jen was talking to me about this of like how
inspiring to many
Native people still do this just to
are
like sell their jewelry, or to just like uphold like this aesthetic that I don't know, like that
versus
colonizers
vast
love, or
majority.
like the city loves. But like that's like what
It's
made
not
me
always to the
what it made me
standards of
think
what
about when he
settlers
said like
want, and fuck
you know
them.
the city can still sell the jewelry, but it's also like our own people still selling this jewelry, you know,
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
and they're sitting a certain way, they're dressed up in a certain way,
It's a
they talk a
performance.
certain yes exactly, and it's all like because like that's how it was done in the past, and
Yeah.
like that's also but people don't acknowledge like that violent history. Our own people don't acknowledge like that violent history. They want to uphold it for whatever reason. And I'm sure Jen like can articulate it way better, but yeah, that's
The
yeah.
obsession with aesthetics, and so the art and tourism industry here gave rise to a petty bourgeois class of native
No,
artists.
you don't have to be indigenous to join. The Discord is there in the
links. My family
links.
was also involved with that. My grand.
So you don't have definitely do not have to be indigenous to join Chunkaluda. Again, links are right here. Follow along with their different platforms. Once we finish hammering out like our points of unity and stuff like that, and I can get you an invite as well to the Discord, Matron Militia.
Parents were both
Then we
artists
have-
who kind of made their way
actually,
up
I
the
already have
ranks
you on
and,
private message.
being
so.
involved in that high gallery life, and of course the money didn't last, right? It's not money that actually makes its way to the community. It's
Yeah.
one person's temporary success, and so it's important to be, to have class consciousness when we're looking at these issues, and
Definitely
again,
invite
like
allies to help,
not
of
falling
course.
into this idea that the United States is always trying to
They're
frame
able to listen in on
issues
the
of
meetings,
class, issues of
whatever.
colonialism around racial lines to divide
Yeah.
people, to divert people's attention. And so actually a lot of the business owners of a lot of these galleries, many of them are Palestinian.
Yep. Yep.
They come from
That's where I thought this was going. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like we know that, there's a petty bourgeois class that exists, like our petty bourgeois, in these same circles, in these same, for the same reasons. And it's interesting how you can see almost a form of class solidarity there, but it does not extend to like the ones who are not of that petty bourgeois class. Like, and so it's interesting when we organize here because, actually Albuquerque is pretty lit, if I do say so myself. Like organizing Palestinians is pretty lit, and especially the past couple years, it's been cool, and they know that like Red Nation will come out and support them. On other occasions, right, like in Gallup, with Brandon's experience, a bunch of white supremacists came through town, and they were trying, they claimed to guard buildings and business owners from, leftist vigilantes and anarchists, and, in Gallup, Indians. And one of these business owners was a Palestinian man. He came out like fully armed and like a fatigue, like a gun. And one of our comrades went up to him and was like, "What are you doing?" Like, he was like, he's like, "Do you know what occupation is? Like, why are you here?" Like, he's like, telling him, like, "Can you not see that's what's happening here? And you're siding with the settlers."
Yeah.
And like, I do believe that he got through to that man in that moment, but it was never framed that way. I don't think anyone ever spoke to him like that in his life, right?
Yeah.
And like, especially even with the children of some of these business owners, they're more progressive, and they're interested in like working with us, and it's just thinking about that dynamic always reinforces for me the importance of
That's
the
the
class
other thing that's
analysis
encouraging to
and
me.
the revolutionary like discipline, right? Organizing on the basis of identity alone often stays relegated to the realm of
It's a
what's
failure.
acceptable.
Yeah, it's absolutely a failure. Yeah, I mean, I was one of my coolest friends is a Mustafa's from Albuquerque.
Yeah, we love it.
That's hilarious. That's crazy. He was telling me about this, and I was shocked and appalled, but at the same time, you understand how these things happen. There will always be benefactors, and there will always be, you know, even like in the early stages of the occupation on Palestine, there were Palestinian people who were like arms of the British imperialism, and today there are people, the Palestinian Authority, are like arms of the occupation, and I hope they don't kill me. But yeah, this is why like identity alone is like doomed to fail, and this is why like I have a huge problem with like, you know, here in the United States there is like hyperfixation on symbolism. Palestinians, you know, knafe, this is like the thing, knafe and hummus and like the kafiyya and all those things which I love and admire and stuff like this, but I feel like sometimes we use them as scapegoats, or we use them as, you know, to just like escape, you know, doing real work or like understanding the material issues on the ground. We like cling to our symbolism and our, you know, and these things, and we forget that there's like intersections through which we may be harming each other, and we forget that actually, you know, we here in the diaspora could be doing a lot actually to uplift people in Palestine. And this is where like this is the downfall of the downfall of identity. I mean, like, we've had black people in the United States administration since I was a child. I remember Condoleezza Rice, or I don't know how you say her name in American. But
and think about, you see this in the Ukraine conflict, right? The way people have said, oh, well, there can't be Nazis in the Ukraine military or in the Ukraine command because Zelensky comes from a Jewish family or is Jewish himself.
yeah, and the conditions of black people in this country have not, what's the word?
Okay, Mama. Thank you for
gotten
hanging
any
out.
better because of this like elite capture of people getting these positions and stuff like this. So it's really disheartening to learn about these business owners, and I think it's also something that we should not hide under the rug. It's something we should talk about and we should address, because it reveals a rupture, and it reveals an area for salvation. I mean, I was in Atlanta for my undergrad studies, and I would see like how some of the upper class Arab Americans would not engage with the Black solidarity actions. You know, there's many things, and this is like certainly something that needs to be talked about. I'll stop here because it's been like 10 minutes.
For sure. No, thank you so much for everything. I know D, you're itching to say something, so the floor is all you two.
Oh my gosh. Okay. So the kanafa thing.
Oh my god.
Okay. This requires a bit of explaining in context. So, when I went to Palestine, the food there is amazing. Like, the vegetables, I'll tell you something.
It's great. Yeah. Vegetables here are not real.
They're not. Okay, so maybe that's why I don't like vegetables here, but, like, I swear, like, I'm just like, just meat, cheese, bread. Like, no, get the vegetables out of here. I don't like cucumbers. I don't like tomatoes. Don't put nothing on my
You don't like tomatoes?
No, no vegetables.
Tomatoes are my favorite thing in the world.
Well, I don't blame you, because when I one night we were in where are we? We're in not Lift. Oh man.
In Jerusalem?
No, it's
Ramallah?
like, it's not Ramallah. It's like this huge, like, there's like a canyon side, but inside there's just like a beautiful garden. The history of it is just like, no, not Nablus. That's where the Kanaf is. Oh my gosh.
Bethlehem?
No.
Jericho?
Nah.
Was it a
Batir.
Batir, yeah, Batir. Yeah, Batir.
We were in Batir. And I forget his name, but he shows us around this whole garden. It's like the most beautiful garden I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And then we have, it's about this time, you know, it's like nighttime, it's dinner time. Comes out, you know, have like those huge plates of just rice and chicken, you know, it's like the upside down thing. Yes, and then all these little plates of just all these vegetables, like just the freshest vegetables every. And my Palestinian comrade Nadia, she gives me like a cucumber. It's about like, you know, it's like this big. It's like a tiny cucumber. She's like, "Here, eat it." And I want to capture on film. And they know I don't eat vegetables, right? So I eat this cucumber. I'm like, I'm like, oh my god, this is I like eat it. I'm like eating all these little plates of just vegetables.
Me too,
I'm like,
Red Wizard.
what kind of vegetables are I've
Everybody
never
get the
tasted
candy like
vegetables.
if you like
Okay,
cucumber.
okay. Anyways, I'm getting to the kanafa.
Yeah, I'm
y'all,
waiting
I'm
to
so
see how
sorry.
it relates.
So this is like at the end. This is like we're there for like 10 days, right? We're there in Palestine for 10
those
days.
cucumbers.
It's like the 9th day. This is like our last night there.
I fucking eat them.
We go
up.
to
My
we're
dogs
in
love them too.
we're in Ramallah. And there's like all these kanafa shops, and we go in. I don't know what kanafa is. They're like, you like something sweet? I was
You're
like,
in
hell yeah.
Nablus.
Huh?
Cumin,
I thought you were
pepper,
in
hot
Nablus.
No. We never went to Nablus.
Oh, okay.
Nablus is the
Yeah, that's where kanafa.
the alleged birthplace.
Yeah,
it's
alleged.
disputed, but it's
Yeah, this is where I'm getting at. This is where I'm getting at. So I'm eating the kanafa, and then I'm told by my Palestinian comrades, they're like, "Did you know like there's different styles of kanafa, and like just depending on like which style you like, it's just there's like a little debate, right? There's like a little just like, oh, you like that one? Why do you?
Wait, do you want to give listeners context about what is knafe?
Yeah. So well,
since you love it so much.
Okay. So this is all related. This is coming to this is where it's going. So when I hear about this beef, right, of like which kind, who likes which kind of style kanafa? I was thinking here in Turtle Island, we make fry bread. Have you ever had fry bread?
Top D.
We make what?
Fry bread.
No, I don't think so.
So again, just like how Nablus and kanafa, like that's like the birthplace. Navajo people, Diné people, we made fry bread.
The pioneers.
Yeah, just because we were getting we mixed it together. We made magic. We made magic out of nothing. So.
Oh my god.
No.
I believe there's a punchline.
No, okay.
I'm still holding on to the punchline.
So Navajos are like people from Nablus who claim that they made fried bread.
Exactly.
Yes.
Right.
And it's the best. And you know what? We'll make you if you're.
I'm sure fried bread is much better than knafe. I'm sure there's going to be a fatwa over it. So if context is knafe is just like cheese and
wheat.
Yeah, something like little shredded wheat and sugar and like a shit ton of syrup.
Yeah.
I don't like it, but people love it. And there's like khishne wa na'me, so like rough and soft. It's like comes in fingers, blah blah blah. It's like, when you bring knafe to the house, it's like it's like celebration. My family loves it, and they fight about. And my aunt who lives in Nablus, she makes it from scratch, which is crazy, but I don't like it that much.
Well, I guess
the cucumbers, I agree.
Cucumbers, amazing.
The best.
Kanafa, I can't really have it anymore, but you know what? Like.
Yeah, this one time, our comrade Samia made us a sheet of kanafa, and we were like obliterated.
Yeah.
It's heavy.
We can't digest dairy.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's heavy. It's a lot.
We ate it all.
And we drench things in syrup too. We do.
Oh my god.
It's the best part. I don't know. I love cheese.
Really?
So I'm not the person to ask.
I know, but this is an unpopular opinion. Usually, it's like it gets me kicked out of places.
No, that's like me saying I don't like hot Cheetos as a Native person.
No. Really?
Yeah, they're like white.
Do you actually not like hot Cheetos?
Don't.
My little sister is obsessed with them.
I believe
This is what I
it.
bring from the States, just hot Cheetos.
Oh, nice. Oh, nice. Heck yeah.
She asked me for a Starbucks cup, but I feel like that's crossing the line a little bit.
I mean, that'd be crossing the BDS line.
Yeah.
You do a knockoff one.
Hot Cheetos are mid.
Canal Street.
They don't do much for me.
So, okay, where did I want to take this? Did you want to jump in, Kylie?
Yeah, but my question's kind of like a pivot away from
from fried bread.
From fried bread.
I don't think we had those.
Go on, Kylie.
Okay, it might be a little way
up.
off topic, but I read your article about the importance of writing and like what the role should be of writers like in movements without having to kind of be like symbolic or like metaphorical about movements and liberation.
Yeah, we don't have them here.
And
that
so
is very unfortunate.
I guess I'm thinking when I was reading it, I was thinking about like here in the US,
when I buy some candles.
how we're kind of like in the era of social media activists, like celebrity activists, but we don't necessarily like pay attention to like grassroots organizers or like even like grassroots organizers that want to write, but it's like, you know, who's gonna read it? Because I think in the US we sort of have an attitude of like, why do we need to read? Everything's digital. I can learn a whole history in like 7 seconds.
Then you get the problem.
You know what I mean? Yeah. And like, but I feel like that's such, in a way, it's like an injustice to the people who are really struggling and trying to make change. I guess I don't really have a question, but it's more so of like a comment, because your article sort of ended like open, but that was like the purpose of why you wrote it, was just to like pose these questions to an audience. And I think like
your heart's gonna have some flavor.
I didn't join Red Nation until I was like an adult.
Well, like
and I was like a liberal for a really long time. And I think once I started reading, like in particular, I started reading like Hanani K. Trask or Lee Miracle, like all of these profound like indigenous feminists that really like shifted my whole perception of like the world I live in and helped me to analyze like
we have a command for that,
conditions and actually like change the way that I lived my life.
I believe that.
But I guess what I'm trying to get at is like I think with writing and
anyone's
reading
feeling
and, like,
generous
studying,
and wants to support the stream, you could also scroll down and play Nalma doing Burr Pa for 200 bits.
I guess like the role
we get
that
a perfect
person who aspires to write about like movements should like
also
be
in the
engaged,
intro of
but
my
also
video.
like be engaged with the people who care about an organization and like care about its existence for the long term. You know what I mean? Like because I think also too what happens is that we'll pay attention to the person on the megaphone, but we won't pay attention to the person who's like calling the meetings or like taking notes. You know what I mean? Like, because I feel like those people are often erased and their histories are erased. And so it makes me think about what I know about like the American Indian movement. Like I only know the famous like members, but not like, I think I didn't know about like the women of AIM until way later and like their important role in like carrying that movement and that organization and the history. Like, but yeah, I'll end there, but I just wanted to like say that to you because I feel like that article you wrote was so important and very like needed questions, especially for anyone who's like entering an organization or they're like starting to learn about Palestine.
Yeah, I agree with everything. Actually, funnily, a few of my friends told me like, oh, you know, I don't like it when you're not assertive in your writing, because it's true. It's like a really hard. It's really hard to write an article about this and say you should do this and you should do that, because first of all, there's like, there's an obstacle course in order for you to even get to the mic, and even when you do get to the mic, not everyone has the capacity to speak on the mic, or receives the mic, and then when you do receive the mic, you have to like perform this like almost perfect victimhood, and there's like this delicate balance here, because you know movements need faces, unfortunately, but it's true, movements need icons, but then by establishing and creating and celebrating icons, you are throwing entire movements under the bus. So it's like a very weird contradiction where you need the face, the personal you know, protagonist to get into people's living rooms, but and then you like give this personal this protagonist, you give him like all of these awards and platitudes, and you give him recognition, and then like it's all symbolic reconciliation, and then the movement itself is like paid dust, and it's you know neglected or invisibilized, like you said. And I think for me, surrounding myself surrounding
really?
myself with
Thank
people
us.
who are not yes men or and yes women, and people who hold me
Yeah.
accountable is really
if you make
important.
fry
And then
bread
also like
tacos
recognizing
here,
that.
if I was to make you some fry bread tacos, I'm gonna call them Indian tacos around here. Gonna sit in my truck on the clock in honor of Indigenous Peoples Day. Yeah, and by the way, if anyone out there wants to honor Indigenous Peoples Day by sending some support my way. And also, again, supporting Chunkaluda. Much appreciated supporting our little family here, and also check out Chunkaluda and check out the projects we have going on there. Yeah, exactly.
Once you're in the limelight, or like once you're in a stage, you're no longer yourself, you're a vessel. You're like a vessel for the collective rhetoric, and you have to be loyal to that collective rhetoric. And it's a crazy thing to say, because writers are artists, and we shouldn't limit
read, by the way, more of
artists'
this.
artistic expression. And
Oh shit. Thank you, Wilco. Much appreciated. Jesus. Yeah, I appreciated that, Fanon. I noticed that. I think I sent you a message about it. Very much appreciated. Oh, thank you, Dankness, for the biddies. Thank you, thank you.
Oh, don't you see, kid? You're being bamboozled. These capitalist fat cats are inflating the profit margin and reducing your total number of toys.
Thank you, comrades. Thank you. Very much appreciated. Yeah, we're going to be reading more of this. It's just really hard for me to get through this book. Last time I bawled my eyes out on stream. Yeah, that's when Elaine's boyfriend gets Kramer to, yeah, that's why. Like, I named my cat after it. Whenever people reach 1,000 bits cheer on here, you get to use my cat, whose name's Soda. I like my fair share of cringe humor too, I guess. What can I say?
we should like celebrate individuality
so
and blah
much
blah blah.
for
But
the
at the same
support,
time,
comrades. Means
we
a
don't have
ton.
representation. We don't have
And again,
resources.
what I
We
don't need to feed the family or improve the stream goes to Chunkaluda. And there's additional ways, of course, if you want to support Chunkaluda directly, of course.
don't have institutions, and
Like the
unfortunately,
merch I
once you're in that
on the
spotlight,
site.
you owe it to the people that have uplifted you to represent them well. And I know representation is within itself like a very watered down word, but you know what I mean. Yeah, like,
Yeah. You all help me feed little Larry too. Appreciate
No,
that.
I agree. No, absolutely, I agree. It's like it's like an elephant in the room, and then like I'm always like questioning all the time. And I wrote about this in the article. If any of this matters, right? We talk about the importance of narrative building and the importance of like shaping public opinion, and how like culture and literature should be able to shape public opinion. But at the same time, like I get to speak at a university here and a university there, and I get to meet people who shake my hand firmly and tell me thank you for all you do. And then I go home or to the hotel room and I wonder like, what am I doing, right? Like there's still people getting killed. There is not a shift in the status quo, and I think it is problematic not to have these like
a lot of people know my
questions.
name, Mama.
And it's really important what you said. It's like we're really good. Kwame Ture actually also says this. Like we're really good at mobilizing people. We're really good at getting
fair,
people
it
into
is
an
on
arena, but we're not
it's
good at
on
organizing
at
them
least
long term.
Two issues of peace, land, and bread.
then I question about my
And on
own
the
role. Like, is this a
website.
ceremonial role where like I'm just like filling air, or like can I play a role that is like actually a little bit more impactful? And it's a real struggle, and it's hard.
I know, it's surprising, Bob.
It's hard. It's really hard. It would be crazy
The
if I
curtain's
thought,
been pulled back.
that I was like a freedom fighter with my rifle, and I was like liberating the land. I think that would be crazy. But I think it would also be crazy not to question yourself and not to question the role and the position you play, because also as the years go by, you receive more allocates, you receive more recognition, and you think that recognition is an alternative for material change. It's talking so fast.
Interesting theory.
Absolutely, like, sorry. Okay, no, absolutely, like, because I think...
Good luck, Mama.
I I guess, like, let's see, I'm trying to, how should I formulate what I'm thinking? Because I was also thinking, like, there's other side to, like, writers, too, where, it's like we all have a story, and somebody needs to tell that story. Like, and then those stories live on, right, like, in the long term. And I think about, like, some of the stories that I read and study is from the past. And so when I read it now, it's kind of like an affirmation, like, okay, you know, I'm on the right track. Like, everything I'm experiencing right now is not new. And, like, somebody has already thought about it and put it into a piece that can speak to me or, like, speak to an audience or to others who have just, I don't know, like, existential questions of, like, you know, like, how do I continue, like, navigating while living under, like, settler colonialism. And I think that, like, whatever we produce or create or write now, it's gonna be, like, just, like, so profound to the next, like, people who, like, want to, like, preserve this history or, you know, read how we achieve liberation. Yeah, so I guess that's how I think about, like, writing and just, like, because even my role in Red Nation, I'm more of, like, a behind-the-scenes person. I do a lot of, like, admin work and, like, I contribute to...
We have a new crazy horse email.
I don't know, I guess that's my contribution, my sacrifice, I guess. But I think about all the pieces that I've read that just inspired me to, like, keep going and keep doing that work because it's needed. And I just hope that other people find that gift too. Absolutely. Not to, like, center myself or anything, but yeah, I guess that's just, like, why, like, literature is so important in a movement.
Absolutely.
Have you read Lord of the Rings? Or do you know that Lord of the Rings?
No, I know what it is. I have not read it. Should I?
Don't
do it.
Don't do it.
I just think it. I think, like, you know, like, when we're talking about, like, the different roles in, like, a movement or, like, the different, like, it takes a lot of people to do all the things, right? To keep an organization, to keep a movement. But, you know, I reference Lord of the Rings all the time because it's like pop culture, right? Like, everyone's like heard of it or seen it or, like, they can grasp it. Like, it's like very, I don't know, it's fantasy, but, like, there's some lessons in there.
It's the My Precious thing?
Yeah. No.
No?
So
that's Harry Potter.
What I like to say, I do this all. So when it comes to, like, what Kylie said of, like, you know, what is the role of writers or, like, what are the roles of, like, these different people within a movement? I talk about Lord of the Rings. This is how I explain it to kids too that are trying to, like, understand what we do. Is, like, no one role is, like, more important than the other. Like, you got people that are so gifted on speaking in the mic. You got people that are gifted in, like, cooking or, like, being caretakers or being writers or being readers. You know, there's all these different roles, and I just relate it to Lord of the Rings because, like, everyone has, like, their own gift. Everyone has, like, their own, like, ways of doing action. And if none of them do, like, what they do, they can't destroy the ring. If Frodo gets lost or he dies, the whole thing's over, you know? If they lose the battle at Helm's Deep, it's over, right? Like, all these things have to happen in a certain way. Everyone's fighting their own battles.
Right.
And, like, they don't know, like, if the other people are winning. They don't know, like, if these other... And that's how I look at Palestinians, too, you know? Like, you guys are fighting your own fight, we're fighting our own fight, and, like, in the end, we're going to destroy the ring. We're going to win. But that's just, like, my...
No, thank you. I now know what the Lord of the Rings is about.
Any other analogy?
I was thinking about how today I just randomly flipped open, you know, Chairman Mao's quotations, little red book, and it was the part on violence. We were just like, we needed that today because it was just, like, talking about, like, it was speaking out against individualism and adventurism. It was like, if you want a political action to work, you need to represent the will of the people. Like, that's literally what it was saying, right? Like, and you know, it really made us like reflect on ourselves and like, okay, like we need to be very particular in how we move with these things, and we need to be sure that we are paying attention to how the people are moving, because we say when people move, we move, right?
Yeah.
And it's about being disciplined in that way. And Dee's always quoting Huey P. Newton about organizing and how if you want to organize the people, or what is it? He says like the people come like for the support, right?
Individualism?
The feed or the financial
Individualism
assistance,
bad,
but
right?
we need to get them to stay like with the teachings and the praxis, right? Like, is that's like a paraphrase?
Yeah. Well, it's Huey P. But it's also Fred Hampton.
Oh yeah, Fred Hampton.
Kylie actually shared it with me, and like I just like it just clicks so much of like people enjoy like the spectacle, right? People enjoy like when it comes to like movements, people think like, oh, you need to like do the most radical action. You need to like do like the most like something that will get you on the front page, right? But it's like the slow churning, like the everyday work, the Kylies in the world, you know, like
accumulation.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And like, but people think like, oh, I need to go like lock myself into like a bulldozer, or like, you know, like do all these things to get arrested, right? But like,
she was saying the opposite.
how does that help with material? Like, you again, like it's like the marathon versus the sprint. People want to do the sprint all the time and like want to get famous and become an influencer and like become like a voice, but like how does that help your people? And it's just a long game.
Yeah,
you know, it's just a long game.
And I agree with the idea that everybody has a different role, but I think not everybody's rewarded the same. In fact, there are people who like have to pay steep prices, and there are people who are, you know, not having to do any of that, who get more and more access and more mobility.
Yeah.
There are people even who are already like upwardly mobile, who use identity to their advantage to get ahead. But this is where like you have to be accountable to others, and where you have to be also honest with yourself. I don't know. It's a struggle.
It is.
It's depressing as fuck.
Yeah. Us every day. Every day sometimes we gotta sit around slap each other on the ass.
I know,
just to keep our spirits up.
Like, please.
Yeah, it's tiring. There's a lot of ego involved, and there's a lot of like personal agendas involved, and there's a lot of everything involved.
This guy's Palestinian that's with us.
But also you have to like know how to game the system. Sorry, not to like make this about me, but like I want to use an example here. You know, I like to be radical. You know, it's for my own, like, to look cool. You know, but I also think I'm radical
Pretty
on
much
the inside.
been what we talked about most of the day.
But sometimes you have to do things that are a bit more, I hate to say the word strategic. So for example, you know, like me and my sister got contacted like 2 months before we were going to be on the Times 100 influential people in the world list. And, you know, we had a conversation, and it was like a really big conversation with like many friends in Palestine. And, you know, we had the idea, like we know this is like again, symbolic gesture that is not going to advance any lived conditions of anyone. So we had like a big conversation with a few of our friends and mentors, and you know, we thought, okay, we're just gonna let it come out. We're gonna accept it. We're gonna tell Time we accept this this thing, and we're gonna let it come out. And as soon as it came out, we released a statement saying, you know, this may be a positive indication of like mainstreaming Palestine. However, it's a symbolic gesture that creates icons and throws out people under the bus, and like our uprising was made up of hundreds of thousands of people. And in that equation we got the mainstream recognition, which actually got people talking and created discourse around US households, but at the same time we were able to critique it. Right? I think the problem is that when you accept these platitudes and you celebrate them, and not even you celebrate them, you pretend as though they're rooted in merit, or that they're rooted in your hard work, or that they're rooted in anything other than chance and luck and access. It's literally just you are at the right place at the right time, and you happen to get all these opportunities, and to pretend that they are because you are a special person and the rest of your kin are not, is incredibly individualistic.
Yeah.
White people and success.
Thank you for saying that, because that is nonstop. Like we see that here with across all movements. Like
everywhere.
The lone wolves, the faces who get the recognition. And then
it's by design too, right?
Yeah. And so, okay, you mentioned the PA.
Let's go. Sure. I've been meaning to go arrested. I'm kidding. You can ask me.
So we have heard folks kind of, when we tell them about the relationship we have with our tribal government, or more specifically, the relationship our tribal governments have to the U.S. government, people will be like, oh, that sounds like the PA. And like essentially our tribes function as appendages of the U.S. settler state, right? Our tribal leaders will not do anything that goes against the status quo. They won't do anything to sever their relationship with the United States. They fully, bend to the will of the U.S. to keep intact, what is called sovereignty, to keep intact, our trust lands, which don't actually even belong to us, right?
Yeah.
And many times they can be a part of our greatest obstacles achieving what we want to achieve, because they're essentially mediating that relationship between us and the occupiers. And so I just kind of wanted to say only what you feel comfortable saying. But
No, I mean, replace everything you said with Palestinian, and you got it right there. I
haven't
the
seen
truth.
them say
It's
that
like
recently.
They are
Like,
subcontractors
I've looked at
of
the
the Israeli
program,
occupation.
but-
They are appendages, as you said.
It's still better
They
to use
mediate.
network to
They are
watch than
henchmen.
a lot of other
they,
ones.
they don't go against the status
especially on
quo.
this.
And they have built within the West Bank a neoliberal economy in which everybody relies on the Palestinian Authority. Everybody is, up to their ears in debt. Everybody's just struggling, and it's hard. It's like you said, our biggest obstacle. I could not conceive of liberation if we have the Palestinian Authority at the helm. I could not conceive of like a nationalist project that is, progressive if we have them at the helm of anything. I don't want to replace our oppressors with people that look like our brothers. I want us to be free, and it's really hard. It's really hard. It's really scary. It's like a lot. It's intense. They kill. Like it's also not, in every colonial entity has had its right arm of the indigenous or native populations who service it. Yeah, that's the word. And oftentimes in our literature, in our tweets or in our circles, we ridicule them. We think of them as stupid and dumb, and they can't read. But at the same time. They're dangerous and they're crazy and they're armed and they are powerful and they are backed by, in our case, backed by the U.S., backed by the Zionist regime. Despite all of these aesthetic differences and despite them accusing them of anti-Semitism and them accusing them of anti-Palestinianism and blah blah blah, they're at the end of the day bedfellows. And it could be quite jarring for the everyday listener to look at the Palestinian struggle and think of this, think about how we have some of our own people going up against us. But at the same time, it's really important to just situate it in the global,
A lot of people don't even take that into
global context and the historical context of colonialism. This is a phenomenon that has existed, and as you're telling me right now, it continues to exist here and in Palestine, and it's I don't know, but I think I don't know. Optimism and cynicism. It depends on the day, and I think today I'm optimistic.
Let's go.
Things are gonna change. I don't know. Tomorrow, I'll let you know.
That's so real. Thanks for that transparency, because the thing is right, when we maybe even sometimes ourselves become idols, people dehumanize us even through reverence and being
absolutely.
human about how we feel about what is at the center of our lives and our work is really important. And I think I think it's important for our listeners to see that full spectrum of humanity. Today, earlier at the press conference, we heard one of our sisters talking about that, don't think of me weak because I'm showing my emotions here. Like, people need to see our humanity.
Absolutely.
And, yeah. It is also, it's hard to conceive of liberation while it's, that administrative relationship, that's the verb you used. Yeah.
It's that subcontractor, subcontractor type that like does the dirty work for them. Yeah. But it's not gonna last forever.
That's right. That's right.
Yep. Now a nation government got to come down.
There's
heard it here first.
Yeah, you guys want to dive into that?
Oh my goodness.
Long live the People's Revolution!
I would love to hear more about that, but we could do it off the record too.
Yeah.
It seems like a longer conversation.
Yeah.
We got pictures to show you too.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Not receipts.
Yeah, receipts.
Yeah. So we're coming up on 1 hour, and this might be a can of worms question, and I think you've already you spoke to this a lot, but asking you, so okay, last year everybody had Save Sheikh Jarrah in their bio, right? It was trendy, it was sexy, but yet I don't think, especially many people in the US or the global north, understand the specificities of the type of settler colonial violence taking place there right now. So we're just wondering if you could speak to those specificities in Sheikh Jarrah and in Jerusalem at large, and talking about the importance of reporting accurately with those details and with those specificities.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're absolutely right. You hit the nail on the head, but it's also, I like to say this phrase, there's a million states in one in Palestine, in the sense that each locale has its own specific
Dr. Maggot.
Set of displacement and displacement policies that they deal with, right? Excuse me. So in our case, I'll give you 3 examples. Is that okay? Is that cool? I'll give you 3 examples. And I think this will serve as a great elevator pitch for this. So in our case, it has always been promoted as there's this kind of legal real estate dispute going on between Palestinian families that have lived there for generations and these settler organizations. That's not the case. Our neighborhood was built as a refugee housing project in 1956, after all of our families from various Palestinian cities were thrown out of their cities and their homes stolen. We were there, and then in the early 70s, you had these American registered, US registered settler organizations coming and saying that they owned our houses, that our houses were theirs by divine decree. And you would think this is a crazy person, they can fuck off, but no, they have the backing of not only the Israeli government, but the Israeli judicial system that was built by and for Israeli settlers to facilitate, bureaucratize, and institutionalize settlement and displacement. So we've lost 4 homes, including half of our home in the neighborhood, and we continue to battle for the remaining 28 houses that exist in our neighborhood, right? So you have this land theft that is marketed and promoted as a real estate dispute. Now, if you walk 10 to 15 minutes away from Sheikh Jarrah into a town called Silwan, also in Jerusalem, you have about 1,000 people, 2,000 people who are at the risk of having their houses demolished. Why, you may ask? If you ask the New York Times, the New York Times would tell you that these people have built their houses without permit. But we know that the New York Times is stupid. So the truth is, yes, they have built their houses without permit, but the New York Times or the Washington Post will not tell you that 97% of building permit applications that are submitted by Palestinian Jerusalemites to building new homes are rejected by the Israeli municipality, right? That we cannot build any new structures while they expand and grow their Jewish-only colonies in the hundreds and thousands of numbers. We cannot even build a new building, right? So what are people going to do? They're going to build without a permit because this is their land. Because actually, the Israeli government has no legal jurisdiction over the eastern part of Jerusalem, even under international law. It is illegally occupying it. This is not even my anti-colonial sentiments. This is like international law that everybody likes to cite all the time, right? But you look at these places and you think, oh, maybe they should get a building permit. But the reality is, and what the news doesn't tell you, is that they simply do not get. And actually, the man that was responsible, the city councilman that was responsible for building and rejecting these, accepting and rejecting these building permit applications, would walk around our neighborhood with a megaphone, screaming Islamophobic shit and saying that we want Nakba now, we want ethnic cleansing now in Palestine, right? This is like as ludicrous and bizarre as it sounds, but there is a partnership between the settlers and the state. Now, the third example I want to give you is Masafer Yatta in the South Hebron Hills. These are cave-dwelling people, they are Bedouins, they are farmers, they have cultivated and lived on their lands for generations and generations and generations, right? Now they are being expelled from their lands. You open up the New York Times, why are they being expelled from their lands? Because they are living in off-limits military zones. They are living in firing zones where the Israeli army conducts its training. And you read that news and you think, well, tough shit, they shouldn't have built their homes in a firing zone. What the news will not tell you is that actually the Israeli government designated these lands as firing zones for the sole purpose of expelling these communities from their ancestral lands, right? So each local, and I can tell you about Al-Naqab, I can tell you about the Khan al-Ahmar, I can tell you about Al-Isawiyya, I can tell you about a million and one ways in which people are expelled from their homes. But this is my elevator pitch. If this was like we were going to the 150th floor, because it was a long elevator pitch.
Yeah, it was perfect.
It's like the longest.
I mean, I learned so much in that elevator pitch.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Anytime. I've memorized this. I have.
Well, it's on point, and it's again like looking at these private property relations that. Much of this policy kind of crafted and perfected by the U.S. then adopted by Israel and enacted there, right? And if we get into it, right, we could do a whole podcast on looking at how U.S. Indian policy had been absorbed and reimagined to establish the illegitimate so-called state of Israel.
Absolutely, absolutely. Actually, one thing I'm so curious about, I read this, I don't know if this is real, I don't know if this is conspiracy theory, I don't know if this is like QAnon, I don't know, but I remember this distinctly. I was on the Jerusalem Post, which is a Zionist, like right-wing publication, and I saw this article in the Jerusalem Post about the Israeli government or the Israeli Foreign Affairs Ministry funding a cultural center in the Navajo Nation, and no, like there's no commentary on my end. It's like we're aware that they co-opt in this. Zionism always, despite being coupled with imperialism, despite being partners with the UK and the United States, despite being a colonialist, racist, genocidal movement. Brands itself as like an anti-colonial movement, right? As like an indigenous movement, as a return movement. So I'm not so surprised that they would do such a thing. But I just want to ask: is that real?
It's real.
Where is the word? I would love to hear. I mean, it's our own shortcoming. Is like there are parallels that we could be capitalizing on. Sorry, to use that word, but there are parallels we could be like building upon and like and yet we're not. And then you have the Zionists coming in and funding a cultural center. What's that about?
So, this happened during the Ben Shelley administration in 2008, 2006, around that time frame. But it goes on to like the history of like our people, like as indigenous people here, as Navajo people, and like the influence of like Christianity. And a lot of like our leadership, a lot of like our elders, our people, because of like colonization and like
looked
the
at the program. I
indoctrination of
didn't
like
see anything
Christianity
like that.
onto our lands, people, you know, lose our ways, our cultural values, and adopt Christianity. And it's, you know, our this is why I said, like, you know, the our Navajo Nation government needs to go, because like a lot of it is so Christianized, and they follow like the church, and but it's not like the, you know, like how I learned about Christianity in Palestine. It's the
like
white colonizers way of like, yeah, exactly. And so Ben Shelley, our president at that time, I think he was the one that ushered in like this whole like welcoming Israel onto our lands, and like sending delegations of Navajo Nation leadership to Israel. And because of that, they formed like this relationship, and it was there that Ben Shelley said, like, you know, Navajo Nation supports Israel like 100%, like we stand with like Israel, like Israeli people, and that, you know, all these, it's like Israeli nonprofits, right? They come into our lands, and that's how like this formation started, and like it's mostly like our Navajo Nation leadership that moves that way, but it's not necessarily like the will of the people.
Of course, absolutely not. It's similar in like Arab countries that have normalized ties with Israel. It doesn't reflect. But I gotta say, I'm ashamed to say, I think it's like a brilliant move on the Israelis' part. You know, it like kind of, when I read that news, it kind of lit a fire under my ass. I was like, what am I doing? Like, what are we doing?
Well, again,
how can we forge these partnerships? Because you know, they can just manipulate language, and they could like create these like pseudo ties and so on and so forth.
Things to watch on the subject.
But it's, you know, it could serve their image. It could do great for them. You know, but like you said, you know, it does not reflect the will of the people. And I think, well, that's the most important thing. It should also incentivize us to build these partnerships.
You
know,
and it was actually one of our co-founders, Melanie Yazzie, Andrew Curley, and Janine Yazzie, Melissa. They organized like this group. I forget what it's called, like Dene for Palestine, or there was like this little group that they formed to hold Navajo Nation leaders accountable for all this support for Israel. Sadly, like, you know, there's no way to hold our nation's leaders accountable. There's literally like nothing like within our bylaws, nothing like at all to to vote them out or to kick them out of office. It's literally just like they're there until their term's over. So they can literally do whatever they want, but that's like some of the things that our comrades like had to find out the hard way. It's like, wow, like you can do all this organizing, you can get like marches, and you can take over the Navajo Nation Council, the president's office, but there's literally like no legal way for them to get kicked out of the office, and that's where we're at. Like,
it's depressing.
Yep.
Yeah, it's rough. You know, we're always talking about we want to make our tribal leaders into internationalists, like true internationalists. Like, even just putting it in their head, like, what if you could engage in trade and commerce with anyone you wanted? Who would you choose? Probably people who are going through similar things, right? Probably, you know, like, I just wish like Native nations could see themselves as like be more emboldened to go outside the purview of the United States, and to really get to learning about people and seeing what works and what doesn't, right?
I do wish.
But thank you for entertaining it. You know, like I wanted to like. I'm curious about it. Yeah, you know, like the Israelis do this. Like they've done this in Syria, they've done this in Kurdistan. They do this. You know, they're like, yeah, but it should tell us something. Like, it should tell me as a Palestinian something about like the kind of relationships I have here, and like, you know, just moving beyond the aesthetic, moving beyond the performance.
Right. And it's hard. Like you were talking about, like the symbol of the kafia, or kanafa, or, you know, things like that. And I feel what was coming to mind for me was like the red handprint for MMIW, or like the, you know, just like these influencers, the, you know, empty like people talking about land back as like a concept and not a literal demand, or like. Yeah,
that's crazy to me when people would like define. It was very shocking when I first heard land back defined as like you know, like an idea, like you know, as a value rather than like a real thing. You know, like people say that land back means like freedom for everyone and like respect for everyone and like we all love each. But that's not what it means. I thought it means like
literal land back. Yeah.
Like literally all of it.
Give me the land.
Yeah.
Yo. No, yeah, the same crap happens all the time here. Like, just, oh god, it's just still, oh god.
Oh god.
You staying in Santa Fe, like I'm sure you're gonna see a lot of horse shit there.
Oh my god, the debauchery's out of control.
If I leave the apartment, yeah.
Don't.
Yeah, I've just been writing a lot, so I haven't gone around, but I should.
Just these ugly ass settlers everywhere, like, and you were also saying too, like, you know, like self-proclaimed like Israeli leftists are like, oh, you know, we support you, and like the same goes down here. We even have like, you know, balls out like pro-Palestine people who, when they're told, dude, you're like a settler right now, you're like actively settling, you're like actively doing that here, their mind just explodes, like they just can't comprehend it like at all. It's yeah, it's something.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I've said it before.
I mean, it's. I think.
While many nations might not be talking about deport everybody, if ones did decide that's necessary, who am I? Disagree with that nation.
Or like seeing, you know, like rich people who are like super Palestinian, super pro-Palestine. You know, because of what they wear and how they talk and blah blah blah, and I'm just like, you should go buy a house there if that's like, you should buy some land if that's. But you know, like for me, the test is like the dinner table test, right? Like, how are you and your family members, your community members benefiting from this thing you're allegedly like refusing or you're protesting against, right? Like, if you say you are anti-capitalist and you're socialist, are you willing to sit at the table with your uncle who has a corporation and a gas station and look them in the eye and tell them that that's exploitative? Those are like the kinds of tests that really reveal a person's essence.
To say that socialism doesn't work is to overlook the fact that it did work and it worked for hundreds of millions of people.
My house and my mom could make could do my laundry. And then, you know,
At a lot of native man influencers.
At the Sunny Boys.
What?
Yep.
Is that a
it's a term, yeah. Sunny Boys is a term.
Oh, I thought it was like a person. Like an act, Sunny Boy.
No, it's just like all the men that still act like children.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sunny Boy.
Sunny Boy.
I might be a little Sunny Boy.
Just being 100.
Yeah.
Keeping it real.
I mean, I do my own laundry, but I don't take out all the stains.
Not really stain treating them.
No, not really.
I don't take out all the stains.
Cold water.
No, and I just really appreciate you repeatedly bringing up like going hard against like aesthetics, like what the way that kids use it, like young people, teenagers. I'm like, do you know what aesthetics are though? Like, is it your sense of fashion? Like, is it your interior decor preferences, or like what is actually happening here?
Yeah.
Hyper individualism.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, it's really easy to like come. I don't know. It's like, I feel like sometimes it's really easy to come and like, you know. I was gonna say like do a circle jerk, but I'll be classy.
No.
You know, like romanticize, right? Like it's easy to romanticize and say easy things and like get along and go home and not do anything. But sometimes it's important to like point out these contradictions, not to be contrarian or like to destruct, but really because it's like out of an intense feeling of love for our movements.
And China earlier.
Guided by love. And that's, oh God, we were throwing down about that today too at that press conference. Well, I guess we can wrap it up here. We're about an hour 30 in, but I wanted to open it up for final comments, final questions. Any questions you have for us?
I'm wondering, I mean, this is like, obviously this is a very big, oversized question, and by no means you have to answer it now, but I'm wondering like if there is a demand or if there's an ask of the Palestinian people, especially here in the United States, what would it be? And each of you can riff, or like you can text me later.
Oh man, I mean, mine would be like, show us how, because like really, like we're always like, we see Palestine as the future. Like,
Really?
yeah, and
Wow.
that might seem, yeah, I know, like, people have different reactions when we say that, but, like,
Wow.
as far as we're concerned, your struggle is significantly more advanced than ours.
Mhm.
And so I would say, you know, teach us what you know, like.
No, that's real. Like,
Thank you. I've never heard. Thank you. That's really beautiful. That's amazing. That's incredible.
like when I went to Palestine and I'm building off of what Jen said, is like, I got so emotional. Like knowing like how hard Palestinians resist
feeling it down
occupation and colonialism, like that's what keeps me going every day. Is like, oh man, like this sucks. Like I'm thinking of quitting, or like I just kind of want to give up. Like it's like you say like, oh man, like it would just be easier to just like, you know, do what like a majority of my people do, is just like don't even like think about any of this stuff. Like just watch football, or just chill at home. Like don't even think about anything. Turn off the world. Like just watch TV all the time. You know, just like just relax. But when I think about like what's going on in Palestine, like how hard Palestinians go just to live a dignified life, to me, like there's no excuses. Like you guys are my strength. Like Palestine is my strength. And
That's crazy. Thank you. That's really nice. Oh my gosh.
Yep.
I'm gonna cry.
So like, I say the same thing that Jen said, is just like, if, you know, however you guys do it, let us know, teach us, because we're always ready. Because you're right, like it is hard out here. Like the pessimism sometimes sets in really hard, and you're like, fuck, like why are we doing this? Like, are we actually changing anything? Like, is this even all worth it? But yeah, thinking about Palestine always changes it. Always changes that mindset. It's like, oh, we got to keep going for them too. So
For me, it's just, for me, I know it's like really hard to envision change happening, but for me at least, like I just don't want them to be comfortable. I don't want the settlers to be comfortable. I don't want them to be I don't want them to live peacefully if I can't live peacefully. That's to me like, this is what keeps me going, is the idea that, okay, you're not going to be, you're not going to laugh
If you want to help
in
the
my
stream,
face. That's
send
crazy.
some gifts. Feed my family. Indigenous Peoples Day.
I think Jen and Dee have said it all.
Do you want to chime in, Justine?
Yeah.
I know she had a lot to say about this.
Man, I don't even know like what to say. If there's anything you can keep doing for us, is just keep keeping it real with us, man. Like our friendships, our relationships, like we're comrades now, and just, oh man, that's all I have.
Oh my god, thank you.
Right.
Yeah, and like, I guess like on a sentimental level too, it's always nice just to like just be real with each other, like just blatantly real without having to like tiptoe around all the bullshit.
Exactly.
And like having to like how do I say this without having to gauge our language or how we're like performing as like a good Indian, you know what I mean? And I feel like with conversations that we have with our Palestinian relatives, it's always just so real, and it's kind of like it's like because I think sometimes we operate just on autopilot because we're just so like gaslit or gaslighted all the time. And so when we have these just really honest conversations, it's not refreshing, doesn't capture I just feel like free, I guess, or just alive and just so like full of love, because I'm like, okay, like it just gives me the fire that I need to just keep going.
That's what I said right at the beginning
you know?
of the stream.
And I think it does. It's like that for all of us, and even for like Native people who learn about Palestine or who are learning about Palestine for the first time, or like they have these conversations with people, it's the same feeling, like, okay, you know, like I'm not imagining all this bullshit, like it's actually happening and there's actually things we can do about it. Yeah. That's all I want to say.
And I guess I'll just end by saying too, like, we know that we're not free till Palestine's free, you know, and our fight is always gonna be like our liberation is dependent on the liberation of Palestine, like 100%.
So is ours.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Can I say something?
Yeah.
I just want to say it's been like I feel very, very lucky to have had this conversation today. I'm so grateful for your time. Honestly, I feel very lucky. I also feel like burdened by the amount of, like, overwhelmed by the amount of work that is yet to be done, but at the same time very inspired, and you know, very inspired, incentivized to do something. And I don't know. I think there is like so much more conversations to be had, and so much. There's so much more to talk. There's so much more to talk about, and there's a long way to go. But it's like really, you know, heartwarming to know that like we're in the right direction, and that there's. I'm just very grateful for this podcast. Thanks very much. I usually hate podcasts, so this is great.
So do I.
Yeah, this is great. This is great. This is great. I love learning about Lord of the Rings. And other things.
Well, thank you so much.
Of course, thank you for your time.
Okay, before this one. Rebel sent this one. Got a couple songs before we end this. Nice, Rebel. Thanks to Seb's Dev for making that emo to me. Thank you, Rebel. No problem, no problem.
We are facing the end of the destruction of the Palestinian people by the Israeli forces. We
got 2 more songs and then we're gonna raid out.
The political and the economical infrastructure was destroyed.
By the way, don't forget to join me tomorrow.
The neurological system of this society.
We're gonna be reading some more of this tomorrow. I'm gonna put up a poll in chat here for you all, by the way. Let's see. I know who we gotta raid anyway.
والله ما عاد في خيار يلي بهمه مستقبل العالم كله إلا لا ضرر ولا ضرار من عمر الفاروق لثورة عمر المختار هالجملتين اللي أيدوا الازدهار فعمي خد قرار مشان ما تصفي لوحدك بالغبارة وع سفينة الحياة بين الجزيرة والمنار يلي محتار يطفي تلفزيونه واللي ما بيعيش بدونه لك الله يكون بعونه قرن 21 بدت بالزلازل عواصف وقنابل دمرت أبراج بابل دم العرب لسه سائل دائما فيش حدا سائل وهيدي مشكلتنا فتنا بالفتنة ونسينا أسرتنا لا تكون أناني فكر بخيك فكر ببيك وتذكر يلي بحكي زيك حتى أولادك وأحفادك يمشوا بفيك وإذا حاسس صدرك عم يتضيق خد لك نفس خيك وقوم تغير
كل ما حدا بمنعني بشجعني اعمل العكس انا اخت رجال بس انا صاحبة حق كيف بدي اقول عن حالي مقاتلة الحرية اذا ببعد عن التحدي اذا بخاف من كلمة لا واجتمعنا مثل توقيت الغرب دايما مأخر كل ما بناخد دفشة لقدام بدفشونا 20 قرن ورا بالنسبة للفلسطيني هالحالة بتحزن اكتر من شهر تشرين الثاني انا عندي امل بالانسان بس الحكي ما بيفيد ما بيجيب غير حلم انا عندي ثقة بالانسان بس الحكي ما بيفيد ما بيجيب احنا بين احتلالين احتلال المخ احتلال البلاد وفي الشك انه طريق الى المساواة معقد بس مستقبلنا بيبدا لما بنحرر نفسنا من العبودية العقلية
Supporting the Palestinians in an active way, not sitting in these rituals, endless discussions.
We want to uplift the ability of our expression and to deepen our own values to be able to reach you in English, Arabic, cinema, photography, theater.
إنه الفرد يكون عنده حرية الخيار.
We have to go to stand up again on our feet. I'm calling for your support.
Okay. So tomorrow, we're going to be reading On the Juche Idea. So if you go to that reading, that's what we're going to be starting tomorrow. So make sure you tune in back for that. I want to thank you all for joining me. All the support is extremely appreciated. Thank you Left Flank Vets for the raid today. Everyone who contributed, it means an absolute ton. And yeah, any little bit, of course, absolutely helps keep everyone here happy and fed and the stream improving, and whatever extra beyond that will go towards Chunkaluda. So I very much appreciate you all, and I appreciate you all spending your time with me. The fuck, thank you so much, everyone. I do hope you come back, join me while we read along with this. Hey Wilco, thank you, comrade. Thank you, very much appreciate you. Thank you for spending your time here. You can copy that first raid message if you're a subscriber. If you're not, we have that second raid message for you. We're gonna raid our dear comrade, Vivian Vampire. She will be absolutely stunned at the size of the raid that we're gonna give her, so I want to make sure that you all spam those raid messages when we get in there. Thank you, comrades. Thank you all for coming. Reading tomorrow. Reading again on Thursday. Wednesday, we're just going to wing it. But soon we're going to have Chunkaluda once or twice a week. Once a week or once every other week. I'm excited. If you like the Marks Madness podcast, you're going to like that segment coming up. Thank you, comrades. Love you all.
Wait, ooh, that's a lot of people. Oh boy, that's a lot of people. Oh, thank you for the raid.